Here's a chance for Buffalo on the counter. Benson scores! Bobrovsky out of the net, and Benson went to the net, and he's fed the puck, and the Sabres have stormed back here to take a 3-2 lead in Florida.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. This win allowed them to jump back in front of Boston by 1 point in the standings. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Stone, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers. Alex Lyon only allowed 3 goals on 41 shots as well. It's a quick turnaround. They're back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. For the Bills, our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He's been the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023. He also spent some time with the Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. Around the NHL, Montreal didn't win last night, able to squeak out a point in the shootout against the Wild, keeping them 1 point ahead of the Sabres. They'll play the Jets tomorrow. We'll be rooting for a loss there with the Sabres win tonight. And around the NFL, the Titans hired 49ers assistant head coach Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined. And the Broncos promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator. And finally, the Ravens hired former Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver to be their defensive coordinator. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
Panthers will play it back to the point. Quick shot is blocked. Second one scores from just inside the near circle. Right up the middle with that chance. And another one as the second touch gets by Alex Lyon.
There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money.
Thompson scores! Tage Thompson with a great move in the high slot, and he takes the shot off the leg, and now Buffalo up the center. Here's a chance for Alex Tuck, slides it across. Dahlin looking to go back, scores! What a pass! Rasmus Dahlin feeds it across, and there is Peyton Krebs to tuck it in.
Let's just stay calm here! Don't get all crazy on me!
Here's a chance for Buffalo on the counter. Benson scores! Bobrovsky out of the net, and Benson went to the net. Plays it to the wall. This is Doan in the far corner. Forsling on him quickly. Here's a pass in front, they score! What a pass by Doan as he sets up the play for Zucker. Panthers end of the ice, that didn't work. Florida send it right back in, 2:18 to go. Buffalo up 4-3, now it's chipped out in a race. Peyton Krebs carries it in, takes a look across, sends it for Doan, scores! Just a little patience, and the Sabres take a 5-3 lead with that. And 2:09 remains in the third period.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
They say a win is a win. Not that one. That one was different. And Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I don't know if there's been any holdouts or whatever. Every step of the way for these Sabres to win back the hearts of their fans. Last night would have been a big one. I can't wait. We're talking to Lindy at 8 o'clock, and I'm going to ask him exactly this. Like, come on, that one was a little different, huh? Like, everything about it. What was your favorite part of it? There's a lot to like.
Yeah. My favorite part was teasing everybody with, oh, no, this is going to be a bad one. And then, like, by the end of the first period, flipping that around. Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah. I mean, that they get down 2-0 right away. Group chats. Oh, here they go. Here they go.
See, for me, 2-0 right away was telling my wife, like, you know what, by the third period, we might be able to watch something. Like, we'll sit down.
Okay,
we'll get back into shrinking for the third when they're down 4-0.
Maybe watch the new Miracle documentary.
Sure, yeah. We could probably get away from this game by the third period.
Yeah. And I said, I'm thinking, give them a second. They're gonna wake up here. They've not had a game in months where they have been asleep for the entirety of the game. Right? Like, they've taken periods off. Usually it's the second period. Here it was the first half of the first. But I'm like thinking they're going to wake up, right? They woke up.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely woke up. I mean, tied going into the first intermission and then pulling it out the rest of the way. They never do well on that trip in Florida.
No.
So already 2 out of 4, right? Like, go get 4 out of 4. But even if you go away with 3 out of 4, like I feel like that's usually very successful for them. So that definitely felt different last night.
They are now 5-13-1 against the Panthers in this decade.
Okay.
5-13-1. And it's their second win against Florida this season.
Right.
And Florida is a team
Florida's
that
dead.
usually makes them look like children.
Yeah.
It's usually men against children. It's just, they play a heavier brand. You can't compete with them. And listen, last night, Alex Lyon did a lot of the work. I mean, he had a great game and stole that game for them to some degree. But at the same time, like, they battled.
Well, you saw it, too. Like, the Panthers, they're headhunting. They are every hit along the boards,
Lay
every
down the
scrum
goalie.
after plays. Like, just, they're ridiculous in that way.
Mm-hmm.
But the Sabres matched it, right? Like, for the most part. I mean, maybe not right away, but I felt like they matched it after that. So, like, and listen, like, should you beat that team twice in a year when they're missing Barkov and Marchand in 2 of the matchups? And, you know, they're missing Seth Jones now. Like, they're missing Kulikov, who's down the list, but they just got a lot of injuries. Like, putting them away is, I think a top thing. I mean, they are 10 points back of you now. They are 9 points out of a playoff spot. And I think you even saw yesterday, like, they're a dangerous team at any point in the season, especially if they get a couple of guys back. So lengthening the gap with them specifically, I think, is as valuable as having the gap be large just on anybody.
Yeah, we've looked a little bit up the standings, a little bit down the standings, because they could climb into a home game in the first round if they continue to play the way they've been playing. They're chasing Montreal. They're chasing Detroit. If they beat Tampa tonight, they'd be 3 points out of the lead in the Atlantic.
If they just win their games in hand, which is only 2 on Detroit and 1 on Montreal, the rest of the way, then they're second place.
Yeah.
And everything else being equal. You win your games in hand and you are in first place.
It is wild.
I feel like it's easier, by the way, to make that argument, win your games in hand, when you are actually a
Winning.
good team
That's
that
right.
wins games.
That's right. Paul's
Yeah.
been pointing to point percentage an awful lot. And, you know, they have a good point percentage. Winning their games in hand, they would pass Detroit and they'd pass Montreal. You know, your point percentage isn't probably something you want to guarantee winning every game. If you had 5 games in hand, I wouldn't guarantee 10 points. But 2, you know, it's feasible to win those 2 games.
Sure.
They'll play Tampa tonight.
And really, it would only have to be 3.
Right. And
you only have to get 3 out of the 4 possible, because regulation wins. They're up there.
Yes, they are.
That's the tiebreaker, and they're 3 above Detroit, 6 above Montreal.
26 regulation wins. Goal differential is 3rd in the East behind Tampa and Carolina.
Yep.
They are good. They're good. They're just getting contributions from everywhere. Last night, it's a power play goal from Jason Zucker. Like, that was a big one for them. They scored on that from not their traditional power play setup, right? Where it's not bombing from the point, but kind of Josh Owen works it down low. And, like, look at that. A play down low and a big moment for them. So, man, it was the third period, though. You missed it, right? I mean, we've I don't know. Sabres fans have slowly or maybe quickly been coming back to what they're seeing from this team. But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes of that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like, right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense. And starting to, you know, remember what that's like, to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like, when they're...
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like, this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back.
Stress is back.
The stress we sign up for.
When they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have been even been the right call, like give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Safe.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're.
Yeah, right. Got the save, though.
Got the save. Alex Lyon got the save. I think we're going to get Colton Chaos tonight, right?
Yes, we are.
It's a Colton Chaos night.
We are getting Colton Chaos against Tampa.
I mean, you want to talk stress?
Let's go.
Listen, they won last night, so a little bit of stress is taken off. If they split the road trip, that's fine, you know. But you want to push for 3 or 4 points? Colton Chaos against the best team in the East? Let's go.
I want to see Colton Chaos on a breakaway against Nikita Kucherov.
Give me it.
And it's going to be like
All
a
day.
nuclear bomb goes
Let's
off.
go.
It's going to be awesome.
I mean, electric tonight.
He also maybe he watched the Hashtag documentary since he last played. So he's got some new ideas. He's got some new ideas.
Yes.
I texted you guys early in that game last night. Lyon looked like Ellis a little bit to start that game. He was a little shaky, and then he totally stabilized.
He not only stabilized, maybe he was playing against his own team. He looked like after certain saves, he wanted to Incredible Hulk flex his pads off his body.
I know.
Yeah.
Like he grabbed one with the glove and just like one time he tries to clear the zone. Another time the way he stood up real fast,
Yeah.
like it felt like he thought he had superpowers during the third period.
The 5-on-3 is when he made the save and he had it in his glove and the ref blew the whistle and he had tried to race out of his crease, drop the puck, and swat it out of the zone.
Yeah.
And then looked like he got mad after the ref blew the whistle.
100% he did.
But I watched the replay back and should be thankful that happened. That is a Colton Chaos move because
Absolutely.
I'm thinking watching it the first time, like, oh, there must have been room there to clear it.
He had a lane.
You watch the replay, like, you were passing it right to a Florida Panthers.
He was trying to go high off the glass and out.
Yeah.
He was trying to
that was not going to go well for him.
Yeah. He has been awesome.
He was feeling it. You could tell he was feeling it.
And that kind of stuff where you like see him rip a glove save out of the air and it looks decisive and quick. That stuff is so important, not just for what I see in him, but the team all sees that and goes like, "Oh, he's got it tonight. Like he's feeling it. He's gonna make us a stop if we need it." And that is a freeing thing as a goaltender. My favorite part about playing net when I was playing was making a save like that and seeing what it did for my teammates and watching us get a boost.
Yeah.
And that is what they're getting so consistently this year in net. And it's so much fun to watch right now. And Lyon's doing a really good job giving it to them.
He has now
really
saved
consistently.
He's now saved more than 20 goals above expected on the season.
I mean, I wish they could extend him, but they can't until the offseason.
I know. I said that thing about nobody stealing them games. He stole
Yeah.
them like 3 games
Yeah,
since I said that.
he's been great.
I looked, by the way, like every year of the drought, they've never had a season where all of their goalies were above expectation, saved above expectation. Lions at 20, Luukkonen's at 8, and Ellis is at 3. And this is now the number 1 season, like by total.
Yeah.
It's like at the moment, like statistically, this is their best goaltending season of the entire playoff drought.
I don't think you can put Colton Chaos into a stat sheet. It just doesn't work the same way. Goals saved above expected are 100 because I expect a lot of those goals to go in, and they don't.
Right.
100%.
It's a different expectation.
Different math.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he's in, it's a different expectation metric.
Yeah, we need to change the models to reflect his style of play.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Okay, coming up on the show today, Paul at 7, Lindy at 8, and at 9, we're going to talk with Anthony Prohaska from Cover One about Jim Leonard. He's actually been pushing the idea of Jim Leonard for the Bills' defensive coordinator job for a couple of years. Knew him at Wisconsin, watched him at Wisconsin, loved the idea, and it's finally all come together. So he'll tell us a lot about what to expect from a Jim Leonard defense. That's all the way at 9 o'clock, so we got plenty of time here to talk with you about the Sabres and this win over Florida. One more thing about last night's win. I don't know if you guys picked up on this. That win was, I want to say, the outside hockey world saw that. I saw TSN guys. I saw the guys from The Athletic. Like NHL reporters, writers around the league saw that outcome and said, basically, big one for the Sabres, impressive, and the defending champs are in big trouble. Like that's, I know sometimes we don't like it when the story is about the other team, but people, in a spot where you've won the Stanley Cup before and you're having a rough February, people think it's okay. they'll get it together. They always do. Like when the Chiefs are 5-5, right? Don't worry, they're going to be fine. So it almost felt like I saw a lot of big-name hockey writers watching this game, expecting here comes Florida's wake-up against a team, Buffalo, that is, of course, not ready for a moment. They're having a nice season, but let's be real. And then, bam, 5-3. Thanks for coming. Rallying from 2-0 down on the road. To beat them 5-3 and go 10 points clear. And Florida is in...
I mean, they've got 4 teams to jump now before they would even get to the next team in the playoffs.
They're in 7th in the wild card.
Yeah.
That's bad news for them.
I think they're toast.
They're only 3 teams below the Panthers.
Yeah.
In the East.
I think they're done. Right? Like the dynasty possibility is probably over for right now. You can get it back. You win next year.
Sure.
And 3 out of 4. But I don't think they have the players for it to make up this gap. Right, like you even saw last night, they're dangerous. They outshot the Sabres. Like they're still a dangerous team. And even I've been watching some of their games recently. They played St. Louis a couple nights ago. They lost with like 7 seconds to go. Like they still do look like a good team to me, but they don't have enough. They don't have enough. They lose Bennett last night. Sam Bennett out. Matthew Tkachuk was like despondent. I saw in the locker room like every game we play, we lose somebody.
Yeah.
And now it's Bennett out on top of Barkov, on top of Seth Jones, on top of Marchand, on top of Lundell, by the way. He's not like one of their kingpin players, but when they beat the Sabres in Buffalo, who was their number 1 center? It was Anton Lundell. He's out. No Sacks out. Just go down the list. They've got so many injuries. And by the way, Bobrovsky, I don't know how much you want to lay at his feet, but he's 38 years old. Like, it wouldn't be stunning if this is the age that it started crumbling for him. So, yeah, I think they are done. Making up a 9-point gap without your best players. I just don't see how you do that. So, Washington, Columbus, Ottawa. Those are the teams I'm watching right now. Washington 6-pack.
Columbus is hot.
Yep.
803-0550. Couple more.
I'm not really worried about any team that's not in it right now. I guess that's where I'm at. I feel like that's 75%. My feeling is bigger maybe than 75% just because I'm not afraid of a single team right now that is like one of that group of 4 or 5 that are out of it right now. Am I scared of Toronto getting back into it? I don't see that team.
803-0550. Give us a ring. And Zach Benson. All right. Silver lining. If he misses like 4 weeks, they're off for 20 days. Yeah. Right? Now's the time to get hurt, I guess.
He sat on the bench for a few minutes after.
And he tried to go out and play.
Yeah, and then he...
Upper body. Right.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. It's nothing too crazy.
Oh, I thought that was an egregious no call.
It was a crazy slash.
On the hands.
What a slash.
On a breakaway.
What a slash. Like your money's worth slash on a guy in a breakaway. And nothing.
Right. Like, did they just not want to call a penalty shot in that time of the game? They did, I would say, have a little bit of a makeup call. Krebs got touched on the hands ever so slightly, and that's the power play to score on. So, still ultimately maybe became the game-winning goal eventually.
803-0550. Larry in South Florida is with us. He was at the game. Larry, you're our reporter at the game. How are you? Good morning.
Yeah, exhausted. I wasn't going to call because I'm so tired. I'm trying to get the dog out for a walk, and even though I call you guys teasing you about what I'm wearing when you're freezing, we're freezing. It's the feels like temperature right now is in the teens here, and it's brutal. Like the iguanas are falling out of the trees. It's weird to see all these iguanas just laying around everywhere. But no, the atmosphere at the game was nuts. I mean, that's, Jeremy, I was listening to what you said about Power and trying to squeak that puck out of the zone. I was like, no.
You know the exact play, right? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Because it was great because I was looking at buying the seats, and I got 2 tickets in section 121, 24 or 27 rows up for $140. All the rest of the games, those seats are well over $200. So I said, yeah, oh my God, I'm going to go. When he got that penalty, I mean, there was no penalty on that play for Benson, which I was like, all right, well, does the guy forget to put his arm up? I mean, how can you not call a penalty on that play? And then I heard Paul in the post game just talking about how horrendous the NHL officiating is, and then as soon as I hear horrendous, I immediately think of the Bills. But I was there with my Reinhardt jersey on. It's amazing to me how many ex-Sabres are still there. Like, I actually love the Panthers, just nowhere near as much as I love the Sabres. I've gone to the last two. I went to Game 1 and Game 3 of the Stanley Cup the last 2 years in a row. This team, to me, and you were right earlier, Joe, when you said, you know, they make us look like little kids when we play. They were tired last night. This team, and I'm not talking because they just played a couple days ago, they just look tired. They have injuries. Think about it. They've played almost a full season in the last 3 years alone because they've gone to 3 championships. And the guy next to me is like, we feel sorry for Sabre fans, so as loud as you're screaming, we're just going to let you enjoy it. And I was like, thank you, because I lifted up. I go, look, I got a Reinhardt jersey on. And the guy laughed. He goes, yeah, thank you for that one. I said, yeah, we got killed on that trade. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. It was I thought for sure when it was 5-on-3, I went, oh, here we go. They're gonna tie us and take the lead, and once again, Florida gets it. But man, their defense just shut them down. It was incredible. And the Lions, because he was in my zone twice, he was incredible. I mean, the way he moved, just incredible. And I mean, they scored 37 seconds into the game. I went, oh God,
that was a tough one. Yeah.
No, but man, they rebounded in that period, and they never looked back. I was impressed.
Thanks, Larry. Reinhardt. The Reinhardt trade is Levi and which first? Is that Roseanne? Kulich. Okay. Kulich and Levi then?
Yeah.
Kulich, by the way, not on the team right now. Josh Norris, not on the team right now.
Right.
I'm going to ask a question that I can't believe I'm going to ask. Do they have too many good players? Are we...
Well, you want to play the game? Assume magic button right now. I guess
healthy?
maybe Olympic break that will give them this. Everyone's healthy. Who comes out? Or who doesn't go back in? Norris goes back in.
Yep.
Kulich goes back in.
The Roseanne
comes out.
Yeah, he comes out. Hellenus maybe gets back in at some point, but
Greenway is Greenway not in your fully healthy lineup?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe in a playoff series he is, but regular season games, like,
well, that
gets different. I know.
Yeah, we might have to start talking about who plays Game 1. Not even just in net. If everyone's healthy, who's playing? You're playing Greenway in Game 1. It sounds like you want to put Greenway in Game 1. Who aren't you playing? You're not playing Osland. You're not playing Krebs.
Depends who they're playing.
Krebs looked great last night. You're not playing Jack Quinn.
Does Greenway play against?
I think I'm not playing Kulich. I'm not putting Kulich back in.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm excited about the player, but
you haven't seen him in a long time.
He's
why mess with it?
17 goals in his NHL career. I would put him back in if there were injuries, and it could go well. But I am not forcing him in for somebody that is currently in the lineup. I'm not taking Zucker out for him.
Right.
I mean, they need him for the power play, right? Zucker's their only person who scores. Look at their numbers on the power play the last 2 years. Zucker versus anybody else. They need him for the power play. So they have a lot of guys. They might never be at a place where they're all healthy. I don't think Danforth goes into the lineup if they're fully healthy. Does everyone even know he's on the team?
Justin Danforth?
By the way, waking up this morning, guess who your betting favorite is for the Jack Adams Award, Coach of the Year?
Is it Lindy?
It is Lindy. Plus 175 at DraftKings.
Nice. Well, he's done a great job. They saved the season.
They just make the playoffs and he wins it, right?
Probably.
Does he need a top 3 spot?
No, the Sabres.
Does it matter?
That's. Well, what is that? That's a lifetime achievement based on the drought, because the Sabres have a talented enough roster. It's not like some ragtag group that finished it in 32nd last year, being dragged to 7th. It's this team never wins, and they finally did, and they pulled it out of the fire because they weren't last.
But they don't have, they have stars. They don't have superstars, though.
Who won it last year? Like, is it ever based on stars?
I can pull that up. You want to know?
Sometimes it's if you have the number 1 record and you're the best team by a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of the guys that are competing with him. The next 3 in the odds are John Cooper in Tampa, Jared Bednar in Colorado, and then Dan Muse in Pittsburgh. And all 3 of those teams have bigger stars than you do.
Pittsburgh on Thursday. I'm looking forward to it. Should be fun.
The
last game before the break.
The Colorado one might just be if they make a historic, mark standings-wise, but they're losing a lot lately.
Yes, they are.
Detroit. Thanks, Colorado.
All of a sudden, they can't beat this division.
Yeah.
They've lost a bunch of games to the Atlantic. Colorado.
I think it's about breaking the drought, though. I think if they just break the drought, then Lindy wins the Jack Adams, which I think would be the second time that's happened for him. Right? He won in 06, didn't he? Yeah, 05-06.
Yeah.
And that's it.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. Paul, if you can stick with us, we'll get to your call on the other side, or give us a ring whenever you can. We have a wide-open morning for your calls. The Sabres win. They'll play again tonight, right back to it, against Tampa, and see if they can continue to climb the standings. A big, big win last night over Florida, expanding their lead on the Panthers to 10 in the East. And Columbus, Washington, Ottawa. Those are the other games to watch out of town. I was watching Montreal last night. They did lose. Not in regulation, though. They were up 3-2, and they end up giving that back. Boy, the third period in get-a-point mode. I was in get-a-point mode, and maybe Florida should have been, because the Sabres, got that fourth and then the fifth. Nice play by Peyton Krebs. And Josh Doan, man, I got a lot to say about him. There's so many things to say about Josh Doan, how many good plays he makes for them on a nightly basis. 803-0550. Paul 7, Lindy at 8. Anthony Broska, cover 1 at 9 on the Bills. We got some Bills news as well. Believe we're going to talk to Joe Brady tomorrow on the show, so stay tuned for that. Lots going on this week. And a thing along the way to make you hate Tom Brady a little bit more, if it's possible. It's really amazing, this guy's ability to just say some stuff. You're like, man, how are you a real person? It's coming up here on WGR.
Like, putting them away is, I think a top thing. I mean, they are 10 points back of you now. They are 9 points out of a playoff spot. And I think you even saw yesterday, like, they're a dangerous team at any point in the season, especially if they get a couple of guys back. So lengthening the gap with them specifically, I think, is as valuable as having the gap be large just on anybody.
Yeah, we've looked a little bit up the standings, a little bit down the standings, because they could climb into a home game in the first round if they continue to play the way they've been playing. They're chasing Montreal. They're chasing Detroit. If they beat Tampa tonight, they'd be 3 points out of the lead in the Atlantic.
If they just win their games in hand, which is only 2 on Detroit and 1 on Montreal, the rest of the way, then they're second place.
Yeah.
And everything else being equal. You win your games in hand and you are in first place.
It is wild.
I feel like it's easier, by the way, to make that argument, win your games in hand, when you are actually a
Winning.
good team
That's
that
right.
wins games.
That's right. Paul's been pointing to point percentage an awful lot. And, they have a good point percentage. Winning their games in hand, they would pass Detroit and they'd pass Montreal. Your point percentage isn't probably something you want to guarantee winning every game. If you had 5 games in hand, I wouldn't guarantee 10 points. But 2, it's feasible to win those 2 games.
Sure.
They'll play Tampa tonight.
And really, it would only have to be 3.
Right. And
you only have to get 3 out of the 4 possible, because regulation wins. They're up there.
Yes, they are.
That's the tiebreaker, and they're 3 above Detroit, 6 above Montreal.
26 regulation wins. Goal differential is third in the East behind Tampa and Carolina.
Yep.
They are good. They are good. They're just getting contributions from everywhere. But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air, watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, it was intense. It's super intense, and starting to, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like, when they're...
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like, this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back.
Stress is back.
The stress
I mean,
we sign up
when
for.
they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have even been the right call. Like give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Safe.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're,
Yeah, right. Got the save, though.
got the save.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. This win allowed them to jump back in front of Boston by 1 point in the standings as well. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Doan, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers, and Alex Lyon allowed 3 goals on 41 shots. Potential injury to note, Benson went into the boards last night and is being evaluated for an upper body injury. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills continue to add to their coaching staff. Our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He has been the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023. He also spent some time with the Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, the Titans hired 49ers assistant head coach Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between the Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined. The Broncos promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator, and the Ravens hired former Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver to the same position. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Just tipped it away from the lane. Panthers keep it. Kachuk with a shot and a glove saved by Lyon, and he aggressively comes out of the crease and swats that puck away.
38 saves for Alex Lyon. Just doing the thing where I look at the standings, I get mad about something. What am I mad about today? I'm mad today about the NHL's playoff format. Hey, Sabres fans, you might not know the playoff format is dumb. It's really stupid. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. So, basically, the way that this works, if you did the league standings, the entire NHL, the Sabres are in 8th in the entire NHL. Okay? In the first round right now, would they play Carolina or Tampa? I believe they would play Tampa. So that would mean number 4 and number 8 play in the first round. Also, Minnesota and Dallas.
Yep.
Number 2 and number 3 play in the first round. Do you want to know what the Islanders and Penguins seeds are as they play in the first round? That is number 10 versus number 11. First round matchup. Mm-hmm. In the East alone,
Sweet.
That's 7 versus 8 is a first round matchup.
Yeah.
Islanders, Penguins. Cool playoff format. Make sure those rivalries are alive.
Yeah, Penguins Islanders. The whole league is pumped up about that being reignited.
Imagine if the NFL did something as stupid as this. Like, listen, we know the 1 seed's playing the 2 seed, but we get Ravens Steelers in the first round as like the 6 versus 7.
Like somehow, some way, there was a Panthers Steelers first round game in the playoffs this year.
Crazy. But that's what you get. Islanders and Penguins. A brutal, brutal representation of the NHL. Meanwhile, I also saw the NHL tweet out that at the Olympics, guess what they will be using? The 3-2-1 scoring system.
They always done that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, they do. When it's best on best, that's when you get the best scoring system.
Format.
Yeah, best format.
I did see yesterday someone had posted what the 3-2-1 standings would be if that's what it was, and the Sabres were higher. Right, just because of regulation wins. And they would have been even second in the division.
Yep.
So they're getting a little bit screwed over by that. And right now they would play Carolina in the first round, which, like they deserve better. I hope we get to a place of caring about that. I'm not there yet because I'm just still in get-in mode. But if it becomes clear with like a month to go in the season, like we enter April and they're like 9 points up, and like we know they're going to make it, then that is probably going to be about the time that starts to drive me nuts. Yeah. That we've got to play Tampa while Pittsburgh gets to play the Islanders. Like, and really the race for that top 3 spot might be even more critical because I think the difference between playing Detroit or even Montreal versus playing Carolina or Tampa is pretty big.
Maybe as of right now,
Detroit especially. Maybe I think Montreal's really good. Maybe Montreal's better.
Maybe as of right now, Tampa and Carolina have 74. Detroit has 72, and Montreal has 70.
I know, but also those two. Look at goal differential.
Sure.
The Red Wings are a +2, and the Red Wings and the Lightning are a +53.
I would agree.
Tampa's a way better team.
It's just absolutely wild to think about the way that the format is. And how it should be, as the Islanders, again, if the playoffs started today in a 1-8, the Islanders would be the 8 seed.
Right.
And instead of playing the 1, they would play the 7. Just
it's dumb.
A professional sports league. Absolutely nuts. Paul in Buffalo. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Before I get to my point about the goalies, first and foremost, a thank you to Terry Pagula, which we don't get to say that often. I thought the Dominic Hasek documentary, Always a Goalie, was excellent. It was needed, well-deserved. So thank you, Terry. It's nice to be able to say that. And I also want to point out 2 players last night. Obviously, Peyton Krebs' best game as a Buffalo Sabre. And Owen Power, it didn't start very well last night for either of those 2 guys, but they both found their game. And by the end of the night, Owen Power had played 24 and a half minutes, got an assist, and was a +1. And, a lot of people would rather just look at the beginning of the game and bag on Owen Power for whatever reason, probably because they're foolish. Let me move on to the goalies, though. I'm starting Alex Lyon tonight, and I'm starting him again against Pittsburgh because he's not an Olympian. He's going to get a long rest after that. So I'm going with my best. And to me, I don't know who the team MVP is this year. At points, it was Mattias Samuelsson. Alex Tuck and Tage Thompson have both been steady all year. But I think there's a good argument that Alex Lyon is the team MVP. And I'd also like to point out our captain, who quietly is just about to appoint a game again. And he started the year, in a different world, obviously. But Rasmus Dahlin is once again the human zone entry. There is not a team in the NHL who can stop him when he rushes the puck up the ice. He does it better than anyone in the league. He's not doing it with pure speed like Cale Makar or Quinn Hughes. He does it with good speed and shiftiness, smartness. I don't know if there's a player outside of McDavid who sees the game better than him. Sidney Crosby, obviously, maybe a Sam Reinhart. He sees the game 3 levels above the average player. He makes any guy out there look foolish. He got into a puck battle. Now, he didn't make him look foolish, but he beat Matthew Tkachuk in a puck battle on the wall, one-on-one, then took the puck up the ice. Whistle after that, and you saw Tkachuk and Dahlin, kind of not jawing with each other, just talking about it afterwards. There's utmost respect from Matthew Tkachuk for Rasmus Dahlin. The players in the league know how good he is. We know how good he is in Buffalo. Best defenseman in the world. Keep it up, boys. That's my captain. So proud to have Rasmus Dahlin as the captain of this team. And for my money, it's Alex Lyon for the next 2 games.
Thanks, Paul. I don't know if you want to play him three out of 4.
Yeah, I would be worried about. I think there's a lot of numbers that back up when you play the second of a back-to-back. You don't always get the best results out of that goalie.
And he had a busy night.
On how he feels.
He had a really busy night, and the third was, running a marathon in the third period. So,
and Ellis has been good enough to me to warrant he put him in the back-to-back.
I also said that I don't want you to take away my Colton Chaos experience.
Right.
I like feeling like this.
Yeah.
I want to strap in for this game.
Yeah. Exactly. Ellis has been good enough that he's earned the right, and the workload last night is what really decides that for you. Like, you can't go back to him after he got almost 40 shots.
Team MVP, it's hard not to go like Dahlin or Tage last night. His goal was awesome to kind of kickstart them. Josh Doan is the player that, of all the... I've never wanted to give a previous GM credit because the Sabres have never been good after a previous GM. Like when the Sabres would have a 10-game win streak, it's, should Jason Botterill get any credit for this? And I would think, no. Jason Botterill did tremendous damage to the organization, the likes of which they had to recover from for years and years and years. And Kevin Adams now, I'm thinking about it differently because of the Doan trade. And then I remind myself that trade's only made because Peterka wants out. But you still did a good job.
Right.
And to get Doan, who you have since extended, and that guy does everything.
Yeah.
He does everything. There's nothing. Every night you could watch and see a play, a goal. The finishing goal, of course, he does that. He sets up Zucker. Like, those are huge moments, and he's just this dude that showed up, and I'm trying to think of who else shows up and halfway through a season, you're like, oh, that's my guy. I'm going to throw a name out here, and it's not a but that's Briere.
Yeah.
Briere shows up in a trade, and immediately in the first season, like, this guy, I'm riding with this guy. I love everything about his game. And to me, like, Doan is on that level. I can't get enough.
I was going to say, he's like the first game of Steve Bernier, but every night.
Yeah, right. Right? Yes.
But it happens every night. The other thing I'll say about, like, he mentions Dahlin as the MVP there. Travis Yost was on the afternoon show last week. Power, who I thought was great last night, he had a couple of zone exits that were filthy. I mean, I'm not sure zone exits can be filthy, but they were incredible.
They are with him.
Yeah. He is, Travis was talking about it, how right now the way Lindy seems to be approaching it is Power is going out there against the toughest minutes. Like, he is playing other teams' top lines, and that might be why he's not putting up a ton of points. He's starting in his own end all the time, and that's kind of the role that he's taken on, and he's doing a good job with it. And what that does is it's allowing Dahlin and Samuelsson to then go out there and just pummel the second or third line that they're going out against, because right now they can trust Power to play against other teams' best players.
What he is doing right now, the last 10 games or so, has been. It's really hard to put into words how effective he is at getting the puck out of his own end. That is their superpower, and he is as good as Dahlin at it. He sees a guy in his end, whether he needs to skate it to a spot to open the lane up or whether he snaps it right away. He is getting the puck out of his own end like that, and it is allowing them to just get away from their net constantly whenever he's on the ice. Like, he ends a play, and it's just, oh, there's an open guy. Boom, got him. And they're gone. And that is, their whole decoy. That is their superpower, is their defenseman able to move the puck like that. But he is really, like, it's a treat to watch as somebody that, if you really watch hockey and, like, that kind of zone exit thing isn't something that most people pay attention to. But every time he's on the ice, every time it touches his stick, I'm excited to watch who he gets it to.
803-0550. Also, Paul, if you want to thank people, thank Michelle Girardi-Zumwalt, Sabres producer, senior producer on that Dominic Hasek project. She and her team putting that together.
Yeah.
She's worked for the Bills and Sabres for a long time, and she and her team put together great work. Always the Goalie, a film by the Buffalo Sabres presented by David Adams. You can check it out now. I think it's right there on Sabres.com.
It's on YouTube, too.
Yep. There you go. Yeah. There you go. One quick aside. The NHL, the commercial with Ric Flair and Ryan O'Reilly and the third person. Who thinks everybody knows who the third person is?
Do you know who the third person is?
I looked it up.
You had to look it up.
Big Rig. He goes by Big Rig.
Yeah.
It's for Schmarschmield. They just do a commercial, first off, not everybody knows Ryan O'Reilly either. I know who Ryan O'Reilly is. I know who Ric Flair is.
Right.
They don't think they have to put the other guy's name on the screen. The guy could walk in this building and no one would know who he is. Right?
Right. I mean, I knew who it was.
You would know
but
Pat
it was a deep
Maroon
ball.
just walking through the building? Car Shield? Come on. No one knows who this is.
I mean, they probably blew their budget on the Nature Boy.
On Ric Flair?
They blew their budget on the Nature Boy, and they're like, we need a couple hockey players.
It just wouldn't
And
kill
like,
you to put the name on the screen for people.
Maybe that, because we don't got enough left over for Crosby or McDavid. Who should we get? O'Reilly's good, and then we got to go another step below that. What's Pat Maroon doing?
I'm just saying.
Pat Maroon's been retired, by the way, for this year, so it's not even like he's active.
It's just there are certain
Pat
players
Maroon.
that you don't need to put their name on the screen, and Ryan O'Reilly is one you do need to.
I mean, everyone knows him. He's the rent a cup guy,
Yeah?
right? He won 3 cups.
Congratulations.
Actually, I think they joke about that in the commercial. I don't know.
Congratulations to him. The layperson is not recognizing by his face.
Pat Maroon. Do you think he got a call and be like, hey, we want you to be in a commercial with Ric Flair? Like, what? Me? You sure you got the
It's
right
fine.
number?
I've got no problem with the player.
Stop. You're not trying to call Pat Kane? They called the wrong Pat?
Patrick Kane. Perhaps an NHL player you don't have to put their name on the screen. If you want to play the game.
How many players really would you
How many players do you not have to put their name on the screen? Crosby, McDavid. Ovechkin. I'm done. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Yes. They wear helmets.
Not Kane?
Fine, Kane, if you want. Pat Maroon?
Right. There's 1,000 names I would maybe mention before.
Boy, let's throw Clayton Keller in a commercial and just not tell me who he is. How about Andre Palat, Just throw some...
Hey, it's Beck Malenstein in the commercial.
Hey, I'm all over the lightning here. I don't know why. Hey, it's Yuri Lettinen for a car insurance company.
Yuri Lettinen.
Just like Pat Maroon. Great. Big rig. You should all know me by my nickname. Everyone watching a hockey game. All right, sorry. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Great player, great champion. Just put his name on the screen.
Yeah.
Car Shield.
O'Reilly, too.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, O'Reilly, too.
Yes, of course.
He's not on. I don't need the name bar.
You don't have to put
status.
Ric Flair's name on the screen. I like how you called him the Nature Boy, though. Respect.
I mean, that's his name, right?
Indeed. 803-0550 to join us. Sabres win. Paul Hamilton, 7 o'clock. Lindy at 8 here on WGR.
I texted you guys early in that game last night. Lyon looked like Ellis a little bit to start that game. He was a little shaky, and then he totally stabilized.
Yeah. He not only stabilized, maybe he was playing against his own team. He looked like after certain saves, he wanted to Incredible Hulk flex his pads off his body.
I know.
Yeah.
Like he grabbed the one with the glove and just like, one time he tries to clear the zone. Another time, the way he stood up real fast, like it felt like he thought he had superpowers during the third period.
The 5-on-3 is when he made the save, and he had it in his glove, and the ref blew the whistle, and he had tried to race out of his crease, drop the puck, and swat it out of the zone.
Yeah.
And then looked like he got mad after the ref blew the whistle.
100% he did.
But I watched the replay back, and should be thankful that happened. That is a Colton Chaos move, because
Absolutely.
I'm thinking watching it the first time, like, there must have been room there to clear it.
He had a lane.
You watch the replay, like, you were passing it right to a Florida Panthers.
He was trying to go high off the glass and out.
Yeah.
He was trying to make a
that was
defensive
not
play.
going to go well for him.
Yeah. He has been awesome.
He was feeling it. You could tell he was feeling it.
And that kind of stuff where you like see him rip a glove save out of the air, and it looks decisive and quick. That stuff is so important, not just for what I see in him, but the team all sees that and goes like, oh, he's got it tonight. Like, he's feeling it. He's gonna make us a stop if we need it. And that is a freeing thing as a goaltender. My favorite part about playing net when I was playing was making a save like that and seeing what it did for my teammates and watching us get a boost.
Yeah.
And that is what they're getting so consistently this year in net. And it's so much fun to watch right now. And Lyon's doing a really good job giving it to them.
He is now
really consistently.
He's now saved more than 20 goals above expected on the season.
I mean, I wish they could extend him, but they can't until the offseason.
I know. I said that thing about nobody stealing them games. He stole them like 3 games
Yeah,
since I said that.
he's been great.
I looked, by the way, like every year of the drought, they've never had a season where all of their goalies were above expectation, saved above expectation. Lions at 20, Lukanen's at 8, and Ellis is at 3. And this is now the number 1 season, like, by total.
Yeah.
It's like, at the moment, like, statistically, this is their best goaltending season of the entire playoff drought.
But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes of that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air, watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense, and starting to, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like when they're
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like, this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back. The stress we sign up
when
for.
they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have been even been the right call. Like give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like my hands are like fencing up. Like okay.
The fencing response, except not the concussion one.
Right,
It's just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're
Yeah, right. Got the save though.
Got the save. You're going to sing along. The Buffalo Sabres. "5-3. Sabres win last night.
Do you want to hear a weird stat?
The Buffalo Sabres. You hear, he gets
Sorry,
people
I
to
forgot
yell
what was
in the
coming.
song. Yeah. That's what we're doing. We're doing this song.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
Goals for percentage. It's not that hard to figure out, right? Like just who's outscored
Yeah. At 5-on-5.
their opponent the most on the year. At 5-on-5, number 1 in the NHL this year. The player's been on the ice for
A highest percentage.
the highest percentage in the NHL this year is Zach Metza. The score when Zach Metza is on the ice for the Sabres this year, 5-on-5 only,
Yeah.
is 16-2.
Wow.
Someone explain that one to me.
Who's he paired with?
I mean, it was Bryson a lot, wasn't it? And now it's been Kessering. I don't got a problem with him. He plays like 7 minutes a night.
No, it's great.
but just kind of wild. He's number one in the NHL. They've outscored their opponents 16-2 when he's on the ice.
Yeah. We'll get Paul in a moment. George in Buffalo. George, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think reacquiring Ryan O'Reilly might be a good idea, considering face-offs and added depth in the power play. And just a quick observation that Kevin Adams was right about everything. So, thanks, guys.
Thanks, George. I mean, he did get 5.5 years. The idea that you
get 6 tries at it, you're probably going to fall backwards into one of them.
You're supposed to get good.
Odds are going to tell you. Like, how long can you go not being good at your job and not have one time have it work out for you?
Right. And so, listen, like, he deserves some credit. He was definitely not right about everything. Some credit. He also walked into a job and was able to stock the cupboard by trading away great players. Like, that's not an expansion team, not just, a team in the middle. Like, hey, you have to completely overhaul because it's so bad here that people want to go. So, some credit. He was definitely not right
Didn't
about
Friedman report he tried to trade Tage for a 5th also, by the way?
Yeah, he's definitely not right about everything. He was not right about the way they followed up a season where they missed the playoffs by 1 point. He was definitely not right about everything. But he deserves some credit.
The O'Reilly idea, I've seen his name on all these trade bait lists because Nashville, like Barry Trotz announced yesterday, stepping down, and they're probably going to be tearing some things down, and he is 34 years old. I'm a little intrigued by that. I mean, he is, face-offs, top of the league again, and positional flexibility up and down the lineup. He is still very good. He's a point-a-game player almost this year.
The thing I would say about any trade for the Sabres is
I'm not worried about the previous experience here, personally.
And maybe he's found his love of the game again.
I mean, if the team's good, I'm sure he'd be fine.
The
team is good.
I'll make a fantasy football comparison. Apologies if you don't play. But you're playing in a dynasty league. You have a roster that's good. And someone offers you a trade, like Ryan O'Reilly. And I would say, all right, well, if I put him in, I'm taking someone out. Is the move good enough to do that? It's not easy to do that, I don't think, for the Sabres, right? Because Norris comes back.
Yeah.
All right. You're saying who comes out? Roseanne.
Yes.
O'Reilly comes in. Who goes out? It just gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah.
I feel like if there's a trade to be made, I mean, it would require a very fine touch from Jarmo. But the trade I'd be more interested in is like a really, really big piece that you send 2 out, 1 in, because you're a little bit flush on playable pieces.
I mean, yes, I would also...
And they definitely need face-off help. They're very bad at face-offs. If you think that's important and something they want to be better at, that's a department they're not very good.
And also, there's projecting how some of these guys will translate to the playoffs.
Right.
How is Jack Quinn going to look in a playoff series? Couldn't you see him being a guy that gets in Lindy's doghouse by the second game of a series
Sure.
and he's playing 9 minutes a night?
Yeah.
Would you like O'Reilly in that spot instead?
Fair.
You're not playing him 9 minutes a night. It's not perfect. Quinn's a winger. O'Reilly's a center. You can move guys around if you want. So I hear you. Like, I think the better idea is find the biggest move you can and something that's a clear and obvious upgrade. And I still think the power play specialist is the perfect idea. But if O'Reilly was available and the Sabres didn't have another idea that really fit perfectly, I would want them to be interested.
Who are the big targets? Panarin's name I know. Who else? Who are the big targets at the deadline this year?
I mean, if you want to stick on Nashville, Stamkos,
right,
is another one of those. Anderson got traded. Kadri in Calgary is one of these guys. He's got term left, though. Pettersson. And then the guys I should have named for it, the St. Louis guys. Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou.
Yeah.
Those are the guys.
803-0550. Paul on the other side. Trade deadline approaching about a month till that. And the Sabres are, of course, a wagon. They beat Florida last night. Trade deadline is March 6th, right after they get back from the Olympic break, about 11 days after that. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Plenty of time to chat with you on the Sabres and their run on the Sabres. Paul Hamilton joins us next here on WGR.
Like, putting them away is, I think a top thing. I mean, they are 10 points back of you now. They are 9 points out of a playoff spot. And I think you even saw yesterday, like, they're a dangerous team at any point in the season, especially if they get a couple of guys back. So lengthening the gap with them specifically, I think, is as valuable as having the gap be large just on anybody.
Yeah, we've looked a little bit up the standings, a little bit down the standings, because they could climb into a home game in the first round if they continue to play the way they've been playing. They're chasing Montreal. They're chasing Detroit. If they beat Tampa tonight, they'd be 3 points out of the lead in the Atlantic.
If they just win their games in hand, which is only 2 on Detroit and 1 on Montreal, the rest of the way, then they're second place.
Yeah.
And everything else being equal. You win your games in hand and you are in first place.
It is wild.
I feel like it's easier, by the way, to make that argument, win your games in hand, when you are actually a
Winning.
good team
That's
that
right.
wins games.
That's right. Paul's
Yeah.
been pointing to point percentage an awful lot. And, you know, they have a good point percentage. Winning their games in hand, they would pass Detroit and they'd pass Montreal. You know, your point percentage isn't probably something you want to guarantee winning every game. If you had 5 games in hand, I wouldn't guarantee 10 points. But 2, you know, it's feasible to win those 2 games.
Sure.
They'll play Tampa tonight.
And really, it would only have to be 3.
Right. And
you only have to get 3 out of the 4 possible, because regulation wins. They're up there.
Yes, they are.
That's the tiebreaker, and they're 3 above Detroit, 6 above Montreal.
26 regulation wins. Goal differential is 3rd in the East behind Tampa and Carolina.
Yep.
They are good. They are good. They're just getting contributions from everywhere. But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air, watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense, and starting to, you know, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like when they're.
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right,
like,
right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like, this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back.
Stress is back.
The stress
when
sign up
when
for.
they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have even been the right call. Like, give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like, my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Save.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're.
Yeah, right. Got the save, though.
Got the save.
Here's a chance for Buffalo on the counter. Benson scores! Bobrovsky out of the net, and Benson went to the net, and he's fed the puck, and the Sabres have stormed back here to take a 3-2 lead in Florida.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. The win allows them to jump back in front of Boston by 1 point in the standings. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Doan, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers, and Alex Lyon had a game allowing 3 goals on 41 shots. Potential injury to note, Zach Benson went into the boards last night pretty hard and is being evaluated for an upper body injury. It's a quick turnaround as they are back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with a puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Paul Hamilton joins Jeremy and Joe up next. The Bills continue to add to their coaching staff. Our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He's been the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023. They also spent some time with Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. And around the NFL, the Titans hired 49ers assistant head coach Gus Bradley to their defensive coordinator. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between the Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined. The Broncos promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator, and the Ravens hired former Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver to the same position. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Sabres win 5-3 over the Florida Panthers. A big win in how they came back from down 2-0, and how they extend their lead over Florida to 10 points, trying to, bury some of these teams that are not in the playoff picture and stay in the playoff picture themselves. And a gritty third period, killing off a 5-on-3 to protect the lead before scoring. Not an empty netter either, Paul. We didn't sweat. The Krebs to Doan play to ice that game was there were shouts around Western New York, I would imagine, in lots of houses, because it was a great moment. Great third period, great game.
Yeah, Krebs, even though he was extremely upset with himself on the first goal, 37 seconds into the game by Florida, he made a big mistake, and that from that point on, he really was one of the catalysts to get the Sabres back into their game after they fell behind 2-0. They outscored Florida 5-1 and from that point on. But one of the things I loved about Krebs is just how, and we talked about this with him, it's not that you made the mistake, because mistakes happen all the time in hockey. It's how do you react to that mistake? And he was the one fighting along the wall, starting things, trying to get the Sabres going. The Sabres weren't going. Alex Lyon even looked uncomfortable to start the game. And usually you don't see a goalie get right back into top form when that happens in that game. Very often that goalie winds up getting chased. Lyon was, all of a sudden he was Lyon again. And the team started competing, starting with Krebs. He was going after guys twice the size of him and winning battles along the wall, and it just all of a sudden things turned for the Buffalo Sabres, and I thought he was the catalyst of it. And quite honestly, I think that was the best game I've ever seen him play as a Sabre, even with the mistake that he made that cost them a goal. That play you just mentioned with Doan, he's one that really turned it into a 2-on-1 coming down the left side. I've always talked about what a gifted passer he is. Watch that again if you can. He makes a hesitation, a real quick hesitation. What that does is open up the defenseman, and it gives him a lane to Doan to get the puck across, on the 2-on-1 to get the layup goal. If not, the defenseman probably has that pass blocked, and he's not going to be able to get that puck over there. I just thought it was a really nice play by him to open that passing lane up and get it over there. But he I thought was Buffalo's best player, and I really liked the way he recovered from that mistake that he made.
He's tied for his career high in assists now with 18 after last night. When did you really feel like, Paul, the whole team woke up? Was it like they showed on the broadcast Lindy was getting into him during a TV timeout? Almost kind of reminded me of the timeouts he's called in some of those second periods. The Tage goal, too, like happens right after that. So, like, did you think they had woken up like before even maybe they had scored a couple of goals?
Yeah, it started again when Krebs was right in front of the bench, and all of a sudden there's a scrum going, and he had gone in there, won the battle against two bigger Florida players, understanding that that's the way Florida's going to play that game, and that's the way Florida started playing the game. Lindy said basically they made a change in that timeout because he goes, if you allow Florida to play the walls like that, he goes, that's their bread and butter, and he goes, that's what they were doing. He goes, they were killing them. So he goes, we had to adjust our breakout to get off the wall, and it worked perfectly. And Florida never really could adjust to what the Sabres did. But he said if we would have stayed that way and kept trying to come up off the sides, he goes, the way they were playing the walls, he goes, we would have been done for. So it was a good adjustment by Ruff in that timeout. But as I said, they weren't battling. They didn't come out well. Their goaltender looked extremely uncomfortable in the net. That's the thing that really I pointed to when Krebs, it was right in front of the bench. And it would have been, if had Rob Ray been down there, it would have been right there. And it just seemed to spark the Sabres the way he was competing, and it just, to me, totally turned it around towards the Sabres.
Yeah, Paul, like, this game is a lot of things. It's got the comeback. It's got that where they come out, really flat and looking uninterested, something that hasn't happened. And, are you looking at it as it's good to win when you have your B game or your C game, or not even really that. They woke up out of having that. And it's another game here where they score 5 goals without peppering the goalie. Would it be wrong to say they're not exactly a pucks to the net at all costs team? Like, they're taking high quality shots and they're finishing these chances. It's not a team that just, blasts and, as they say, spams the net with shots from distance.
Lindy Ruff doesn't like that type of a game because if you're just shooting from anywhere and you don't have guys at the net and you're just shooting the puck, you're basically turning the puck over because you're taking a long shot from maybe the wall and it's the goalie sees it and he makes an easy save, and now you've given the puck to the other team and out they come. I mean, now if you've got people going to the net and you've got maybe a couple of people going to the net, now it's worthwhile. Get a puck in there, get it bouncing around. Matter of fact, how many goals did they score recently going in off skates, off somebody, off sticks, because they got people and pucks to the net. And so it's really, to me, not worthwhile. I mean, you look at Florida, they had 41 shots. There were some quality ones, yes. Lyon had to make some quality saves. But, they also, I think, just put some pucks at the net that really allowed the Sabres to get the puck and then break out and come out the other side. The thing is, too, you have to understand 12 of Florida's shots came on the power play. So, to me, a lot of their shots came from distance, that Lyon could handle. But he did also have to make some big saves along the way, too.
How about in the third period, Paul, especially the calls? I mean, the no call on Benson, which was followed by a pretty ticky-tack call on Krebs, but that leads to the game-winning goal. And then the Sabres killing off a 5-on-3, which was as stressful 2 minutes for Sabre fans as you've seen.
Yeah, the refereeing in this league is just horrendous. I mean, ticky-tack, that wasn't even close to a penalty, that they did on Krebs. But, yeah, it was a makeup call because they realized they made a huge mistake. I was thinking, is this a penalty shot? When Benson got hooked and it to me totally took the scoring chance away when he got hooked, and no call. Well, what? Are you kidding me? Because as I said, my first thought was, I wonder if that's a penalty shot, and it wasn't even a penalty. And then the referees make up for it. They give them a makeup call, which, okay, well, great. I guess you did owe the Sabres, and they took advantage of it, scoring on the power play. But the thing is, why can't you guys get it right the first time? Why are there so many mistakes by referees? No calls, and right after that, Krebs got away with a blatant penalty at center ice, no call. I mean, I thought half the Florida bench was coming over at the referees. I mean, and I didn't blame them. It was just a very poorly refereed game.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Sabres beat the Panthers last night 5-3. They'll play Tampa tonight, the Florida trip back-to-back.
The penalty
kill. By the way,
yeah, go ahead.
Another opportunity. Had they beaten Montreal on Saturday, they would have been in second place in the division. Tonight is another opportunity for that, because right now they're in third place at 627. Detroit, they shut out Colorado in Colorado.
I know.
It's crazy. They're at 632. So if Buffalo wins, Detroit's not playing, Montreal's not playing. If Buffalo wins at Tampa Bay, they go to 634, and they jump into second place in the division. So another opportunity for them to try to get into second place in the Atlantic Division.
Right. They definitely could be in that spot going into the break. Not everybody plays 2 more games also, right? Like the Red Wings only play 1 more game between now and the break, and the Sabres have 2. So that's an opportunity. I said this earlier, Paul, like if they win the games in hand they have, and it's only 2 on Detroit and it's 1 on Montreal, you win your games in hand and you're in second place in the Atlantic. And I feel like it's easier to say that when you have a team that actually wins games, instead of, some team that's 5 games under 500. And if they win their 4 games in hand, then they're in it, but you're not expecting that. This team, what's them winning 2 games in hand? Like, that's very realistic, I think, that they could get that second spot.
And that's why I like to go with points percentage. I mean,
and by points percentage, Detroit, Montreal, Buffalo are like all within like a hundredth, a couple of
and
hundredths
Boston
of each other.
too. I mean, people say, well, Boston's only 1 point behind Buffalo. Yeah, but Buffalo's at 627. Boston's at 607. That's a fairly good difference. It's a bigger difference than you might think when you say, well, it's a 1 point difference in the standings. So that's one of the reasons why I like to do that and go with points percentage, because it takes the games in hand out of the conversation, and I think it's a better gauge of where the team is you're talking about.
What do you think of Florida now? Do you think they're too far out of it, too many injuries that they can get back in?
Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking to myself, well, it's the Florida Panthers. They'll figure out a way. But after the game, Tkachuk said, we're in trouble. I mean, he knows it. I mean, he knows where they are, and they're right at the bottom of the Eastern Conference right now, and they've got another injury. Bennett got hurt in this game. I don't know how long he's going to be out or what that injury is, but he didn't finish the game, so that's another key injury for them. Plus the fact, and I'm a believer in this. I don't know if you guys are, but I think when you've been in the finals 3 straight years, and I think it was Mike Schopp figured out that they had played 60 some odd extra games in those 3 years, games that the Buffalo Sabres haven't played. I think it does take its toll on you after a while. You played in June for 3 straight years, and it just, your body can only go so long playing all those extra games, and they're hard games. These are playoff games we're talking about, not just some game against some bad team in the middle of January. So I think that might be affecting this team too.
Yeah, that's right. And I feel like, like Tampa's sitting at the top of the division. I think that was true of Tampa for a couple of years, but like when they would have some injuries, they had Andrei Vasilevsky in the middle of his prime that could carry them through some games if they needed it. And Bobrovsky at 38, I just don't know that he's capable of doing that for you for an entire season anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, age catches up to you. You never know when. But goaltenders, some of them can go into their 40s, and still be effective. But not everybody. I mean, some quarterbacks can go into their 40s and be effective, but not everybody. So, at some point, age is going to catch up to you. And you have to wonder, has that happened to Bobrovsky?
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. All right, Paul, so Tampa tonight, we think Colton Ellis, and we'll wait for an update. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. Not sure if we'll get a full update on Zach Benson, but we will ask.
And
Lindy Ruff did tell
us.
us. Lindy Ruff did tell us yesterday that Ellis for sure is playing this week.
Okay.
So yeah, it would only make sense that it's tonight.
And then maybe he'll give us something on Norris. Did Norris not sound like to you the other day, Paul, that he wants to play before the break if he can?
No question.
Okay.
And Lindy Ruff said yesterday that he's very close, but not tonight, is how he put it.
Okay.
So then my first thought when he said that was, does he not want him to go back to back, coming back?
Right.
And so my thought was, I wonder if we're going to see him in Tampa. It's just, I wonder. I don't know anything other than he said he's very, very close. Mm-hmm. And, they didn't want Kesselring to play back-to-back coming back, and I wonder if they're thinking that with Norris, where there might be an opportunity. Now, we don't know if Benson's going to be in the lineup tonight. Lindy Ruff really didn't have any information on that. He might have more with you guys, when he's on. It's so I think it's a possibility we could see Norris today.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Yep.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Lightning tonight. So
Tampa, the Labushkin goal from a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Any other good games?
There's a game they won down there like 7-4 a couple of years ago. When we felt they were good, that like the Levi team before Levi.
Yeah. They have not seen Tampa yet this year.
All right.
I think that's right. I think they have all of their remaining. Yeah, this is the first meeting of the season. They will play the Saturday out of the Olympic break. No, the Saturday out of the Olympic break at Tampa again. And then first week of March, they'll play Tampa. And then again in April. So you got 4 games remaining against the Lightning. Tampa's really good. I wouldn't expect this. That is an opportunity to track down the division. You've got a chance. You got 4 head-to-heads. If you did great in those 4 games, you're in it, right?
Boy,
you're 5 back.
Wouldn't that be wild?
I don't think they're going to do that. You would, given that Tampa also has 2 games in hand on you, you'd probably have to get. What do you think? Like 8? You'd have to get 7 of 8 against them in 4 matchups to make the division, I think, a real thing.
You can join us in the Sabres. You can, 803-0550. Super Bowl 60 is on the way. I teased earlier today. I'll get to it right here. Tom Brady said something else that weird. Really weird to me. Ready for this? Tom Brady on Super Bowl 60. I don't have a dog in the fight. That is former New England Patriot. They have a statue to him outside of their stadium.
Yep.
I don't have a dog in the fight. May the best team win. Said this on the Jim Gray Let's Go podcast. In terms of the Patriots, this is a new chapter in New England. I'm glad everyone's embraced the Mike Vrabel regime, all the amazing players that have worked so hard to get their club to this position. We did it for 20 years. There was a little bit of a hiatus in there, but the Patriots are back, and it's a very exciting time for everyone in New England. He just wants a good game. I want to see good plays, good throws, good strategy, good decisions. Now, when I first read this story, I thought, wait a minute. Okay, I get it. He's trying to convince us he's not going to be openly rooting for New England because he's on the broadcast. He's not. Mm-hmm. It's NBC. Mm-hmm. So Tom Brady,
right,
20-year Patriot, is A, trying to convince you he's not rooting for the Patriots, or B, not rooting for the Patriots. What?
Well, is it possible he doesn't want the Patriots to win, and this is his way of answering that question?
Fine. All 3 of those are weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You're not rooting for the team you played for forever? That's a thing? Okay.
Yeah, that would be a little weird. That'd be like, right, you're rooting against them. Why? Because you don't want anyone else to share in the glory there that you did.
Maybe that's it. I'm thinking of like all the...
He also could just be practicing to be a politician someday.
Right. I'm thinking about when the Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup and Jeremy Roenick was crying on television because it was the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah.
Or
Brett Hull got lit up at the Blues parade.
Yeah, it's
20
like
years after.
you root for the teams you used to play for.
Right, yeah.
And he's not. Or
those
he wants you to think he's not.
Those guys hadn't won, though.
Okay.
Not that I'm defending Brady. I'm just saying, like,
who's Gronk rooting for?
Like, there's no question if the Bills won the Super Bowl that Kelly, Thurman, and Andre would be like in tears about it. But in part, I think it's because they didn't win. I don't think it has to be that different. I think it's weird. I don't defend it too much. I'm trying to figure out what's going on behind the curtain there. Does he just want to be? Oh, I don't want to offend anybody, and I just because I'm an owner in the league and I've got to walk the line.
Okay, maybe
does that have something to do with it? Because
owner.
I'm a broadcaster, so I don't want to come off as biased because of these relationships.
It's terrible.
Or is it some weird mentality thing he's got going on where he actually doesn't want New England to win?
He doesn't want Drake May to win.
Maybe he doesn't like Drake May.
That to me,
maybe they don't get along.
This strikes me as very possible.
That he doesn't like Drake May?
That he doesn't want the Patriots to win without him because he feels like it lessens him, even though like it definitely wouldn't. You can tell that the shouty shows are having trouble this week because Shedeur Sanders at the Pro Bowl is a heavy topic. You can't fit Sam Darnold legacy and Drake May legacy
we're not there. We're not
into
there.
the Mahomes, Allen, Lamar box that you desperately wanted. All the fault.
No, they wanted Stafford. They wanted Stafford because all week it would be Stafford Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Does he have to win to make the Hall of Fame? Dun, dun, dun.
And
that's all week.
They don't have it.
No.
It's a Super Bowl that just really lacks that legacy. They're trying.
Yeah, you can't, not even with the coaches, right?
No. Pro Bowl games
Not
aren't.
Vrabel.
By the way, the Pro Bowl games are tonight. Deion Dawkins will be out there, and the Pro Bowl games aren't games anymore. They called it the Pro Bowl games because they were events like the Olympic Games.
Right.
Everything I see at their website, it's just a flag football game now. I don't see any other events.
So it should be. They should just call it the. Yeah, it's not the games then.
You go to NFL Pro Bowl games home and click schedule, and all you get is that there's a game tonight. That's it. 8 o'clock tonight, the game. AFC versus NFC.
So last year's Pro Bowl games featured dodgeball, a relay race, tug of war.
I saw a video of guys playing dodgeball. Is this going to be aired? But I just can't. I'd like these events are they silly? Sure, maybe, but I would maybe pop it on a Tuesday. I got the Sabres and Lightning too, so maybe not. But
I don't see anything about them repeating all that stuff.
It's just they played it for social media.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Interesting. Tuesday night. That's tonight. A game. The NFC won
Maybe you could bet on it.
Here you go. The NFC won the Pro Bowl skills competition on an epic dodgeball comeback. I guess you have to watch that at NFL.com.
Maybe because I'm reading they're hyper focusing on the flag football importance in the Olympics this week. And,
yes, they want to
because
they want to continue to push flag football being included in the 2028 LA Olympics.
So they want maybe that to be all of
the star of the show.
Yeah.
All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe will talk to Lindy coming up at 8 o'clock and a little more on the Bills at 9 o'clock on Jim Leonard, what his defense might look like. Your calls along the way. We've got lots to get to here on WGR. Sabres win 5-3 over the Florida Panthers, a big win in how they came back from down 2-0, in how they extend their lead over Florida to 10 points, trying to bury some of these teams that are not in the playoff picture and stay in the playoff picture themselves, and a gritty third period, killing off a 5-on-3 to protect the lead before scoring. Not an empty netter either, Paul. We didn't sweat. The Krebs to Doan play to ice that game was there were shouts around Western New York, I would imagine, in lots of houses because it was a great moment. Great third period, great game.
Yeah, Krebs, even though he was extremely upset with himself on the first goal, 37 seconds into the game by Florida, he made a big mistake, and that from that point on, I mean, he really was one of the catalysts to get the Sabres back into their game after they fell behind 2-0. They outscored Florida 5-1 and from that point on. But one of the things I loved about Krebs is just how, and we talked about this with him, it's not that you made the mistake, because mistakes happen all the time in hockey. It's how do you react to that mistake? and he was the one fighting along the wall, starting things, trying to get the Sabres going. The Sabres weren't going. Alex Lyon even looked uncomfortable to start the game. And usually you don't see a goalie get right back into top form when that happens in that game. Very often that goalie winds up getting chased. But Lyon was, all of a sudden he was lying again. And the team started competing, starting with Krebs. I mean, he was going after guys twice the size of him and winning battles along the wall. And it just, all of a sudden, things turned for the Buffalo Sabres. And I thought he was the catalyst of it. And quite honestly, I think that was the best game I've ever seen him play as a Sabre, even with the mistake that he made that cost them a goal.
It's another game here where they score 5 goals without peppering the goalie. Would it be wrong to say they're not exactly a pucks to the net at all costs team? Like, they're taking high quality shots and they're finishing these chances. It's not a team that just, blasts and, as they say, spams the net with shots from distance.
Lindy Ruff doesn't like that type of a game because if you're just shooting from anywhere and you don't have guys at the net, and you're just shooting the puck, you're basically turning the puck over because you're taking a long shot from maybe the wall, and it's the goalie sees it, and he makes an easy save, and now you've given the puck to the other team, and out they come. I mean, now if you've got people going to the net, and you've got maybe a couple of people going to the net, now it's worthwhile. Get a puck in there, get it bouncing around. Matter of fact, how many goals did they score recently going in off skates, off somebody, off sticks, because they got people and pucks to the net. And so it's really, to me, not worthwhile. I mean, you look at Florida, they had 41 shots. There were some quality ones, yes. Lyon had to make some quality saves. But, they also, I think, just put some pucks at the net that really allowed the Sabres to get the puck and then break out and come out the other side. The thing is, too, you have to understand 12 of Florida's shots came on the power play. To me, a lot of their shots came from distance, that Lyon could handle. But he did also have to make some big saves along the way, too.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. The win allowed them to jump back in front of Boston by a point in the standings. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Doan, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers, and Alex Lyon allowed 3 goals on 41 shots. A potential injury to note, Zach Benson being evaluated for an upper body injury. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills continue to add to their coaching staff. Our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He's been in the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023, and also spent time with the Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, the Titans hired 49ers assistant head coach Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined, and the Broncos promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to the offensive coordinator position. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Listen, I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm far gone, but I do miss y'all. I built a great relationship with y'all. Keep hanging your hat on that quarterback. That quarterback is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Parts of me wish things were different. You know what I'm saying? Because I do got a lot of love and respect for that team. Even when Gabe Davis went back, I was talking to Gabe. I was like, look at you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all getting the band back together. I said, where's Cole Beasley at? So I know they're not huge fans of me at this point, but I don't know about that. For me, I appreciate that. I got a lot of love and respect for that organization and that fan base. One of the craziest fan bases in the world. You know what I'm saying? Probably one of the best. I give them top 3. You know what I'm saying? I'm rocking with my guys right now. I always got to rock with my guys, but they're definitely one of the best fan bases, and I got a lot of love and respect for them. Hopefully one day we can hug it out.
Stefon Diggs. How dare he say nice things? You might not think it's, authentic. Whatever. Keep hanging your head on the quarterback. Hall of Famer. I know they're not huge fans of me at this point. And top 3 fan base, that's fine. Like, what do we say? Minnesota, Buffalo?
I want to know the third.
It's got to be Minnesota. Right? Not Houston after a year, is it? Or Minnesota? Or maybe it's a different team he didn't play for because he's played for 4 teams. Diggs.
Unless he grew up a fan of someone else that he's got in there. Yeah.
I'm sure there are lots of Bills fans rooting against, the Patriots and him on the Patriots.
Oh, yeah. Him lifting the Lombardi trophy in that uniform.
What would happen? What would
it'll feel like when or will it feel worse? Will it feel worse when O'Reilly, Eichel, or Reinhardt lifted the cup?
It would be very different. Because the Bills are good. Right. And this is a player that, left and won with a different good team while you're good.
And he's Eichel, he's your second best player in this era.
Arguably, sure. Eichel, O'Reilly, Reinhardt, they win it while you're barely in the league. Like, they didn't beat you on the way there.
Does that mean that makes it worse?
It's much more relevant. Eichel, O'Reilly, Reinhardt is anecdotal and hilarious that they all actually won a combined 4 of them.
Right. And it's twisting the knife more than...
Yes, that you had multiple pieces of a team, whatever. In this case, I don't know if you would draw direct lines to it. You might say, the Bills sent him packing and thought he wasn't that good anymore. And, he's not what he was back then, of course, but he's in the Super Bowl and he's been a big player for them. He's got 1,000 yards on the season, including playoffs. And could he have a big game? I guess it's possible, right? It's possible.
What would his over-under be for this game?
I'm here to tell you it wouldn't bother me in the least. It would bother me that the Patriots were to win, but I would not be upset because he won.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. Right. It would be more about New England winning overall for me.
Which would
I do think, though, that there are going to be people that that will be as excruciating as just New England winning it.
Sure.
Is that guy left, and he was supposed to be the poison or the problem, and then he went and won it.
Right.
And was a focal point of their offense and was a leader on the team and did all the stuff there that the Bills said he couldn't do here anymore.
And he still might be those things where it's it's year 1, wait till year 2, wait till year 3. But if you catch it in year 1, good for you.
Right.
803-0550. We spent a lot of time on the Sabres this morning. You can join us. We'll talk with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff coming up at 8 o'clock. The Combine is 3 weeks away. I'm looking at a Lance Zierlein mock draft.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to scroll. Getting used to the scroll scroll to 26. Getting used to the scroll to 26.
Just go Command F. Command F Buffalo.
Yeah, I got there. I got to 26.
All right.
Position?
Linebackers.
No.
Yes. Safety.
Yes.
Okay.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren, physically imposing safety, 6'2", 202, out of Toledo.
All right.
Lancer line.
Oh, a MAC guy?
A safety would not surprise me.
Safety
at
out of the
all.
MAC.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Get your perfect pairing with Cole Bishop, and if you do that, you are looking at 4 if the player is good. Hairston, Benford, this is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and Bishop, and all right, what a start.
Yeah.
Right? And then build your front 7 from there. So I also looked at the receivers that went. There are 2 things I look at for every mock draft. Where do the receivers go? How many go? Because all we really couldn't hope for, if you... Fine, we'll do receiver here for a second. Twist my arm. If you're looking for a good scenario, you're looking for the JSN scenario all over again. He was not supposed to last as long as he did. Those receivers lasted and then went bang, 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 bang real quick. Mm-hmm. And as they started to drift, it's like, would you go there? Could you get there? In this draft, if you want Carnell Tate, which I very much would like Carnell Tate out of Ohio State, he goes 6th. Mm-hmm. You could make the case it's very difficult to get to 6. Okay, fine.
Yep.
The next wide receiver that goes is Mekhi Lemon, 16th. I think you can get from 26 to 16. That might take a future first to go up 10 spots. That's bold. But the Jets take Mekhi Lemon. And the Browns take Carnell Tate, by the way, at 6. Next, Jordan Tyson. Arizona State goes 20th.
Okay.
You can get 20. You can get to 19. Yeah. I mean, you need a partner. I know. You need a partner. But you want to be aggressive. You want to be chasing some talent right here. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's the edge rusher out of Miami who goes 19th. But I feel like 19, 20, 21, 20, you can get there. That's not a huge leap as long as there's someone that is willing to deal with you. So 4 receivers go before the Bills pick to take a safety.
Okay. Wouldn't be the end of the world for me.
No.
I'd want to know what they do after that. But that's, 6'2", athletic safety pairing with Cole Bishop. That's an exciting idea.
It's very
as long as they do something that isn't. I don't think there's any chance they're bringing Taylor Rapp back as a starting safety next year. Not in a new system like this. Also, right?
No.
And they save, I think, all of his money basically if they cut him. So that seems like an easy one. So they'll need somebody. Yeah, I'm expecting defense. In a lot of these mock drafts. But.
Yeah, they save a lot of money. They save like 3.1 by cutting Taylor Rapp.
Of
3.7.
Yeah.
Yeah, you save 3.1.
All right.
Max Crosby with a tweet yesterday about
yes.
What was it? Something about sales and wins and
so he tweeted it was a quote, and then he tweeted an eagle head emoji and also a diamond emoji.
I'm told that's his tattoo.
That's his tattoo.
Yes.
Okay. So that was the tweet, and the quote in the picture of the tweet was, "Ships that wait for the perfect winds never sail."
Yes.
Decipher it.
I actually had a thought on that.
Yeah?
The eagle in the 1%, the eagle in the diamond.
Oh, yeah,
I know it's his tattoo.
Too, yeah.
But 1%, he's in the top 1%. The eagle, bald eagles are endangered, so there's not many of them around, and a diamond in the rough. So he might be just advertising himself.
Mm-hmm. Ships that wait for the perfect winds never sail.
Crosby's career path. He is 28, by the way. He'll be 29 to start next season. And it's funny, like how if you're a player in the NFL on a bad team, there are going to be fans that think you're a loser because you got paid. I had someone write yesterday, again, like, this is not everybody, but I want to just, like... So he signed with the Raiders. He chased the money. He could have left for a contender. No, thank you. It's your own fault. And I went and looked at Crosby's contract history. So he gets his rookie contract, and then he signs for 4 years, $94, which is an average of $23 million per year. Mm-hmm. He signed that in 2022. And before that deal was done, they signed a new deal because, like, the cap has gone up $100 million in 10 years. Mm-hmm. So the cap keeps going up and that means that salaries go up, and is one of the top, 5 defensive ends in football. He's grossly underpaid. He signs a new deal with the Raiders that guarantees him a total guarantee at signing of $62 million and 91 total in guarantees.
Mm-hmm.
Now he gets to 2 years into that, which, by the way, the Raiders made the playoffs not that long ago. They've not always been a dumpster fire organization. They aren't the Jets. They are thought to be, wandering the quarterback desert. Some people liked the Geno Smith signing for them. Geno had a little bit of a career turnaround there in Seattle. They move on.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't always clear that he was going to be part of some horrible organization. So he gets paid. All right, let's see how this thing goes. It's going south again. They're picking first overall. All right, if he wants to get out of there, I certainly don't hold it against him.
Well, also, the other reason he might want to get out of there is he did not like what happened at the end of the year where he wanted to keep playing, and they shut him down in part because they wanted to lose the final game of the season to get the number 1 overall pick. And I think both things can be true. I think the Raiders made the right decision by doing that, and Max Crosby has a right to be mad about it.
Sure, and you're also within your rights to sign with your current employer when you're not a free agent for $91 million guaranteed, and then if it's not going well, say, how about you send me somewhere else? We should stop treating these players that want to be paid and also want to compete like they should take some sort of $90 million gamble in order to compete. You just do it this way. Get paid, sign, get paid, and then say, all right, let's talk about a trade. Send me somewhere. Someone will trade for him.
That's what I think Garrett might have done.
Get paid and now get traded?
Get paid, and the way that contract, I don't know how Crosby's is set up. The way Garrett's contract is set up made it very tradable.
Yeah?
Very tradable.
That's because Crosby...
Much more than another $40 million contract would be.
That's because Garrett's base salaries are very low.
Right. And I bet that was on purpose. Hey, I'll sign with you, but I'm not giving you forever. So I'll sign, but give me a deal where I get paid, I have financial security going forward, and also if we keep this going and it doesn't go well, we have flexibility where I can go somewhere to win a Super Bowl.
Can I tell you about Myles Garrett's contract? His base salary this year is 1.3. Next year it's 1.3.
Yeah.
The year after that it's 1.4. The year after that it's $38 million. And the year after that, $38 million.
Yeah.
That is His cap hit this season, Myles Garrett, is 24. That is not bad.
No, not at all.
That is tradable. That
tradable.
Is more tradable than Crosby's, who is $35 million.
Yep. And I know Crosby had the thing with the Raiders at the end of the season, which is more recent. But Garrett, there were moments in the middle of the season, right, where it was the 5-sack game, right? He had 5 sacks, and he's sitting at the end of the bench by himself, shaking his head, and then he's on the sidelines, he's mad. And that should be a window into not even just that he wants to be traded, but the guy's not all about making money and putting stats up. Because on that day, he was the highest paid player on the team, and I guess unless Deshaun Watson was standing there, and he had 5 sacks on the day, and he was visibly furious because his team was losing.
Yeah.
That's where, last year, he got that a little bit of, oh, you were faking it the whole time. You didn't really want to get out of there and win. You wanted the money. And that's what the whole thing was. And I always thought, look, remember how the Browns reacted? The Browns said, we're not taking calls on anybody. We're not trading you at all. We want you in a Hall of Fame jacket. And it could have just been that the guy didn't really want to make it as ugly as humanly possible.
Right. So instead he signs for $123 million guaranteed and says, I'll get out of here eventually.
Right. Rather than make it, this whole show for the next 4 months where he comes off looking like the bad guy. Maybe he tarnishes a relationship with Cleveland for the rest of his career.
That's one spot where, if Garrett wanted to sit out right now, he would not be giving up much money at all.
Because there's no base salary.
Base salary 1.3.
Right.
It's not in 2029 when he's 34 years old, his base salary is $38 million.
Right.
Now it's 1.3. If he decided to make it ugly now, it's that's fine. There are no voids, by the way, in this contract. No outs. He's under contract till he's 35, and there are 3 void years on the end of it. So if Garrett does get traded, it'll be because, you're right, the contract is tradable. And if you're Cleveland, Here's what I would say about Cleveland. Like, what avenue is there to trading Myles Garrett? Is it not you hire a coach? It's Todd Monken. Okay. Are you going to give Monken this idea of, like, listen, do you want to draft a quarterback next year? You want to run with Shador here. We'll see how it goes. Because let's find a team that we can get their first-round pick next year. And maybe you want to bet on a team you think is going to be, in the middle, that'll give you the ammunition to move up, to get to number one next year. Who's that? Is that Arch Manning next year because he's staying in school?
Yeah.
Hasn't there been a lot of suggestion that they're waiting for Arch Manning anyway?
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of teams might be.
Sure. Anyway, the Garrett contract, you're right when you say that, 1.3 base salary.
Yeah.
That's a guy that will sit out. That's like, if I could bring this up, Darius Slay. When Darius Slay was claimed on waivers, the idea he would sit out, you could kind of see it because the contract paid him $800,000. He's not giving up any money.
Right.
It's, if you decide you are going to leave the sport, you're not giving up $12 million in game checks. Right. And if Garrett decides to sit out, he's just not giving up much at all.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe he gets traded. It is Super Bowl week, media day today, and maybe some trade rumors.
That is where he fired everything up last year, wasn't it? He was going around Super Bowl Radio Row, and he was firing up trade rumors.
Trade me.
Yeah.
Is Max Crosby about to do that this week?
When does that start? Does that start today? Today?
Yep.
Players will start walking around and doing interviews. Okay.
803-0550. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour. Sabres win over Florida. They'll play tonight in Tampa.
They are 9 points out of a playoff spot, and I think you even saw yesterday, they're a dangerous team at any point in the season, especially if they get a couple of guys back. So lengthening the gap with them specifically, I think, is as valuable as having the gap be large just on anybody.
Yeah, we've looked a little bit up the standings, a little bit down the standings, because they could climb into a home game in the first round if they continue to play the way they've been playing. They're chasing Montreal. They're chasing Detroit. If they beat Tampa tonight, they'd be 3 points out of the lead in the Atlantic.
If they just win their games in hand, which is only 2 on Detroit and 1 on Montreal, the rest of the way, then they're second place.
Yeah.
And everything else being equal. You win your games in hand and you are in first place.
It is wild.
I feel like it's easier, by the way, to make that argument, win your games in hand, when you are actually a good team that wins games.
That's right. Paul's been pointing to point percentage an awful lot. And, they have a good point percentage. Winning their games in hand, they would pass Detroit and they'd pass Montreal. Your point percentage isn't probably something you want to guarantee winning every game. If you had 5 games in hand, I wouldn't guarantee 10 points. But 2, it's feasible to win those 2 games.
Sure.
They'll play Tampa tonight.
And really, it would only have to be 3.
Right. And
you only have to get 3 out of the 4 possible because regulation wins. They're up there.
Yes, they are.
That's the tiebreaker, and they're 3 above Detroit, 6 above Montreal.
26 regulation wins. Goal differential is 3rd in the East behind Tampa and Carolina.
Yep.
They are good. They're good. They're just getting contributions from everywhere.
I texted you guys early in that game last night. Lyon looked like Ellis a little bit to start that game. He was a little shaky, and then he totally stabilized.
Yeah. He not only stabilized, maybe he was playing against his own team. He looked like after certain saves, he wanted to Incredible Hulk flex his pads off his body.
I know.
Yeah.
Like he grabbed one with the glove and just one time he tries to clear the zone. Another time, the way he stood up real fast, It felt like he thought he had superpowers during the third period.
The 5-on-3 is when he made the save, and he had it in his glove, and the ref blew the whistle, and he had tried to race out of his crease, drop the puck, and swat it out of the zone.
Yeah.
And then looked like he got mad after the ref blew the whistle.
100% he did.
But I watched the replay back, and should be thankful that happened. That is a Colton Chaos move, because
Absolutely.
I'm thinking watching it the first time, like, there must have been room there to clear it.
He had a lane.
You watch the replay, like, you were passing it right to a Florida Panthers.
He was trying to go high off the glass and out.
Yeah.
He was trying to make a
that was
defensive
not
play.
going to go well for him.
Yeah. He has been awesome.
He was feeling it. You could tell he was feeling it.
And that kind of stuff where you like see him rip a glove save out of the air and it looks decisive and quick. That stuff is so important, not just for what I see in him, but the team all sees that and goes like, "Oh, he's got it tonight. Like, he's feeling it. He's gonna make us a stop if we need it." And that is a freeing thing as a goaltender. My favorite part about playing net when I was playing was making a save like that and seeing what it did for my teammates and watching us get a boost.
Yeah.
And that is what they're getting so consistently this year in net. And it's so much fun to watch right now. And Lyon's doing a really good job giving it to them.
He is now
really
saved.
consistently.
He's now saved more than 20 goals above expected on the season.
I mean, I wish they could extend him, but they can't until the offseason.
I know. I said that thing about nobody stealing them games. He stole them like 3 games
Yeah,
since I said that.
he's been great.
I looked, by the way, like every year of the drought, they've never had a season where all of their goalies were above expectation, saved above expectation. Lions at 20, Luukkonen's at 8, and Ellis is at 3. And this is now the number one season, like, by total.
Yeah.
It's like, at the moment, like, statistically, this is their best goaltending season of the entire playoff drought.
Super Bowl 60 on your way Sunday. There'll be a NBC, part of their pregame coverage is going to be from Alcatraz.
Really?
Yeah.
They'll be broadcasting what from there, though? They're going to be doing, like, pregame?
Jack Collinsworth. They're going to be at Alcatraz for part of their pregame.
Have you been there?
Yes.
I've heard good things.
I would say, I want to maybe give this 5 more minutes.
To the tour itself.
Yeah, 5 more minutes of thought. Of all the things I've ever done where you're in a place like, hey, should we do this tour? Alcatraz is the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, like, the best quick 3 hour, 4 hour, however long it is. Like, do the thing in the city. Alcatraz, number one. Any city, anywhere. It's an amazing tour. Awesome.
All right.
Take the boat out to the island, walk around, go through. They put headphones out. They have like an audio tour, put on the headphones, walk through. It's synced up to where you are. It's incredible. And when we were there, there was a person in like the cafeteria, the old one, he's a former inmate, talking about what it was like to be there.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Nice.
So, yeah, they're going to do some pregame from Alcatraz. There you go.
Next year's Super Bowl is in Inglewood.
Okay.
And then Atlanta. Are they just doing the same 4 or 5 stadiums now? Although Nashville is going to be getting one, I think, once they build their palace.
And I bet that's going to be
up.
routinely on the list, like every couple
Nashville.
of years. I would bet that's in the rotation.
Yeah. They'll get in.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Lindy Ruff on the other side. We'll get some football in as well. Got some Super Bowl trivia to get to. Some good fun stuff. But Lindy Ruff on last night's Sabres win 5-3 over the Panthers. And it was a big one. We'll see what he has to say about it coming up here on WGR. Sabres win 5-3 over the Florida Panthers, a big win in how they came back from down 2-0, and how they extend their lead over Florida to 10 points, trying to, bury some of these teams that are not in the playoff picture and stay in the playoff picture themselves. And a gritty third period, killing off a 5-on-3 to protect the lead before scoring. Not an empty netter either, Paul. Like, we didn't sweat. The Krebs to Doan play to ice that game was there were shouts around Western New York, I would imagine, in lots of houses, because it was a great moment. Great third period, great game.
Yeah, Krebs, even though he was extremely upset with himself on the first goal, 37 seconds into the game by Florida, he made a big mistake, and that from that point on, I mean, he really was one of the catalysts to get the Sabres back into their game after they fell behind 2-0. They outscored Florida 5-1, and from that point on. But one of the things I loved about Krebs is just how, and we talked about this with him. It's not that you made the mistake, because mistakes happen all the time in hockey. It's how do you react to that mistake? And he was the one fighting along the wall, starting things, trying to get the Sabres going. The Sabres weren't going. Alex Lyon even looked uncomfortable to start the game. And usually you don't see a goalie get right back into top form when that happens in that game. Very often that goalie winds up getting chased. Lyon was, all of a sudden he was Lyon again. And the team started competing, starting with Krebs. I mean, he was going after guys twice the size of him and winning battles along the wall. And it just, all of a sudden, things turned for the Buffalo Sabres. And I thought he was the catalyst of it. And quite honestly, I think that was the best game I've ever seen him play as a Sabre, even with the mistake that he made that cost them a goal.
Sabres win. They start the Florida trip off with a victory. Good Tuesday morning. It's above 20 degrees. It's nice here. Lindy Ruff is in Florida for the Florida trip, where, Lindy, it was 30 degrees earlier this week. How is it down there right now?
Feels like about 35 right
Okay.
now.
All right.
Warming up.
Do you feel?
Not your typical Florida trip, I can tell you that.
I was going to say, do you feel like you're getting robbed of a good Florida trip if it's only 35?
Well, with the wind last night, I don't feel like I'm getting robbed. So
fair enough.
It can be as cold as it wants.
That's right, Lindy. There are wins and then there are wins. I feel like for a lot of Sabres fans watching that game, there's a lot about last night that's pretty impressive. Whether it's rallying from down 2-0 or the third period, the 5-on-3 kills. It just when you look at wins, do some feel better than others?
Yeah, we knew we were up against a real desperate team where they're at in the standings and trying to climb. And with us losing a tough one to Montreal, letting one slip away in the third period, which we've been pretty good at. I thought we rallied to win it, fought back from a tough start where, it was a game. Times we didn't manage the puck well enough, but I got to give Florida a lot of credit. They were one of the hardest teams when it comes to getting above you and creating puck battles. And I thought early on in the game, they won more puck battles than us. But as the game went on, I thought we got on the right side of the puck and created some great opportunities.
There was a moment, Lindy, where it was during the first period, maybe you guys hadn't really woken up yet, where you're getting into the team a little bit during the TV timeout. And I thought about some of the timeouts you had called recently, too. Do you feel like when you have to kind of give a little bit of a speech to the guys in the middle of a game that you have a group that is usually going to respond to that and does respond to that?
I do. I think we just need a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a tough start that I talked about. We just wanted to try to change one little scheme with how we were playing. So, didn't want to burn up the timeout, which wanted to save. So, those 4 timeouts that you have during a period, a lot of times after the people scraping ice have gone by, you can grab your team for a good 15, 20 seconds. And really that's what I did. I just said, it starts with one. We've got to break the puck out better. I thought we started playing the game on a bigger piece of ice. Like we got caught a little bit too compact in our zone and allowed them to be on top of us. And once we started spreading the ice out a little bit better, it created the opportunities to break out a lot better for us.
Do you find, Lindy, like you're mentioning like a specific thing you're tweaking there, that the tactical change can be the thing that brings about the emotional change from players?
At times, sometimes it's we're talking about, we might be just talking about willpower, about working harder, competing harder. Sometimes that speech is just all about as a group, we got to be a lot harder. That was a little bit more tactical. The conversation I had with the group during the first period, and I thought from that point on, actually, we started to get a little bit better. I think you saw a couple plays where we created some space and we were able to move up ice. Like I said, they were sitting on top of us everywhere, and it was really tough to break the puck out. So we just changed a couple things around, and I thought it helped the group.
Yeah, how do you feel like your team often does against an opponent like that? I mean, Florida might be the extreme of it. Like they are. Every single shift, there are 3 guys that are hitting you, and they are super physical. But do you feel like your team responds well to opponents like that over time here?
I think it's something that we've gotten better at. I still think we can be better at it. And a lot of times it comes down to puck support. If you're being pressured and we don't have the puck support, they're going to beat us to the puck to the next place it goes. I thought early on in the game our puck support wasn't good enough. If you can beat the puck pressure, you can create the odd-numbered situation going up ice. You can get the entry into the zone. If we go away from the puck and not support it, the next play is usually theirs. And I think a team, sometimes looks for the bigger play instead of what I would call the harder play by creating the foot races and coming to the puck. And it's a hard way to play, but when Florida's on top of their game, they're the best at it.
How did you feel about Peyton Krebs' game last night? He gets the 3 points. I mean, Lindy, he's probably going to get his career high in points, maybe a little bit after the All-Star break, but he's certainly on pace for it. How have you felt about him season overall and then last night?
I really felt he's a guy that I can use anywhere. From sometimes taking key face-offs to penalty killing to moving up the lineup. I think when we go back to the 10-game winning streak, he was playing left wing the whole time with I think Thompson and Doan at the time. Last night I moved him up halfway through the period with Thompson and Tuck, and I thought he responded with a great game for us. Scored a heck of a goal. I thought to set up another goal. I think he mentioned this after the game. He didn't like his play on the first goal against. It was a puck we brought back. They pressured us in the neutral zone, and that's what I'm referring to is going north and coming to the puck. We brought it back. We didn't come to the puck, and we didn't go north, and it ended up in the back of our net. But Peyton's game, I thought, from that point on, he was one of our best players.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, I don't know that we've ever talked about this part of it, but people ask a lot, what's the difference between last year and this year? And there might be a lot of things that are different. Do you feel like you actually have, as you put Hellenius in the press box, and guys are in and out of the lineup, you have the depth to do that, and not every team really has the depth to feel like they can make those changes when necessary and still field a lineup that is threatening, that is good. And it the number of players you've had out for injury early in the season, that might have been a problem, but it feels like you almost have a roster and then some to kind of work with here.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that for me, when I look at where we got to this year and the understanding of how we need to play, I still go back to the last 18, 19 games of last year, where we worked really hard on the parts of the game I just described, managing the puck, coming to the puck, supporting the puck a lot better. And if you do that on a consistent basis, every piece knows where the other piece is going to be, and all it does is create speed in our game. If we don't come to the puck, we look like a slow team. I get analytics every night on how fast we skate and who the fastest skaters are, and I know on a night where we're off, our speeds inside the game are way down, and it usually comes down to how we're moving the puck. We have a lot of players out of the lineup. You can go through that the forward group with 4 or 5 guys still out, from Danforth to Norris to Dunn to Greenway to, and on the back end we've got Timmins, who's just still trying to come back from his injury. Bryson just got back where he's available to play. But when you're locked in and the pieces all know where they're going and where they need to be, and like I said, I think that started last year for us. We're trusting how we need to play.
On that point, you mentioned some analytics here. One thing I wonder also, when it's a third period and it's 3-3, right? Like the Montreal game has this and the Florida game has this as well. I think there are numbers to support that around the NHL, once you hit a certain minute mark, teams are content, might be a strong word, but things tighten up because you go to overtime, you kind of lock in your point. And as you are in a playoff spot and teams need to catch you, like I found myself thinking that way against Florida last night. Of course, you'd love to win it in regulation. That's even better. But do you have a number, have a minute mark where it starts to become about getting to that, or do you notice that other teams do?
That's a great question. I think you can see it around the league for sure. Teams take a lot of risk out of their game. A lot of times defense aren't involved quite as much. You can use the outdoor game as an example of, you've got a huge lead and you end up giving up that lead and losing the game. There's been a lot of games that, including our Montreal game where we gave up the lead. Wasn't a big one, but we gave it up. And does it come down to maybe being a little bit of passive aggressive with teams knowing that we should have points in the bag here? I think a lot of nights you'll see that. You'll see. I would say it's probably the last 5-6 minutes where you see a lot of people back in the neutral zone, and nobody really taking huge chances on trying to create offense.
And I wonder, like, if that, you notice that, does that feel like something that maybe you scout a team, you see they do that and think like, well, they're not going to come for us, so maybe we can step on the gas
like
here.
This team hasn't had the lead, Lindy, like down the stretch in seasons, but I wonder how much that could morph like late in the year if you're playing a team that is like got to get the regulation win. I'm sure that would change things too, right? Like if it's getting down nitty gritty end of the season and there are standings, implications.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that it was a year in Dallas that I think we stood behind our net for the last 30 seconds because we were in a tied game.
Yeah.
we didn't move it out. That's probably my biggest example when you know that this point is going to clinch it for you. So it really is about being smart. That that every point for all these teams that are so tightly packed here is so important right now. 1 point can put you in a wild card. 1 point can move you up to the top 3 or could be top 2 soon. So points are valuable, and I think managing the game is a big deal.
I want to ask you one other thing, like, top 3, top 2. Last week, Alex Tuck said we're not playing to squeak in. We're playing for the cup. And, like, to hear him say that was, I don't know if jarring is the word, Lindy, but it almost felt like it gave fans license to also think, like, all right, what's the ceiling? And is that a conversation that is it unspoken? Are you guys talking about that, like dreaming big because things continue to go really well?
I think what Alex said is what every guy straps his skates on for at the start of camp is to play well and compete for the cup. I think when you put together a 10-game streak and a 5-game streak and you start bouncing back from your losses, and you look at the teams that you're around and who you're playing against and who you beat, and you're in playoff contention, you start thinking that if you get in the playoffs, there's anybody who gets into that party has a chance to win. And I think what he's talking about is building our game, keep building our game, because the ultimate goal is to try to win the Stanley Cup. If you can get in that group that's in the playoffs at the end, give yourself the best possible chance. And the players are believers.
Lindy, you're off with us. Lindy, injury updates at all? Maybe starting with Benson last night. Did he look like he tried to come back but wasn't able to?
He did. The initial report I can share is that we don't think it's too serious. But a lot of that will depend when he gets up this morning and how he feels. But it was encouraging that the initial seemed not to be something that we have to be too concerned about.
And then Josh Norris, Luukkonen would be probably the other two top of mind. Greenway too, but what about Norris and Luukkonen?
Norris progressing. I feel he's really close. I do not believe he'll play tonight. There's a chance he could play against Pittsburgh, and then I guess we weigh the risk in that with all that time off if it comes to that point. But we're hoping that he can get back in the lineup here. Greenway was seen with a doctor in another city yesterday for an opinion on what he's been dealing with, and we're just waiting to get the final analysis on that.
And UPL?
UPL, yeah. Last guy. UPL he's doing better, but he won't make it back in the lineup before the break.
Is that something where, like, for the Olympics for him, that you guys are involved at all in whether he's healthy enough to go there, or is that up to him and Team Finland?
I believe it all comes down to his health.
Okay.
And that team has to know by a certain time. I think it's sometime this week, and he either makes it or he's replaced.
And last thing, Lindy, thanks for so much time this morning. I mean, Sabres fans are excited. The other big talking point is the break coming good or bad? Does it feel one way or the other to you? Because things have been going so well. I hear a lot of, I don't want this break to come, but you get an opportunity to get some players healthy. How about just going through a lengthy break and trying to pick it up on the other side?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity there to get some people back. When you look at, you probably have about 10 days before you get back at the real hard practices. But I think our guys are really focused. I've heard the talk about training during the break, and that's all mandated by them. And we've got a group that's knows where they're at and knows that the break is something that we have to take real seriously and try to stay ahead of the curve when it comes to being ready to play.
Very good. Lindy, thanks. Good luck tonight in Tampa, and we'll talk to you probably after the break.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. They play Tampa tonight. Good stuff. And analytics on their speed and all that. Learned a lot.
By those NHL Edge stats, they are one of the fastest teams in the NHL.
You can see it. I mean,
we got a tweet earlier. A caller called up about Ryan O'Reilly as an idea because he might get traded at the deadline, and Sabres think of faceoffs. So O'Reilly, and we talked about it. I like the idea. Someone tweeted in. I thought it was a good point. Do you want to add anybody to a team that is kind of counter to that skill? O'Reilly is not the fastest player in the league at all. And that was even true when he was, his 20s when he was here. So, do you want to replace a guy that is a part of your system where you're after pucks and you are one of the fastest teams? You might be getting a better player, but how much do you want to sacrifice speed when that is one of the things that I think makes this team right now, makes them special? I think it's a consideration for anybody they would trade for at the deadline.
Yeah. 803-0550. So, Lindy Ruff, tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Let me double check that's the time we're going to do that. Yeah, tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Bills head coach Joe Brady joins us. And Thursday at 8:30, Bills general manager Brandon Beane joins us. What a week.
Yep.
We're busy. Busy.
Coach GM all in a row.
Coach GM. So Joe Brady tomorrow, right around this time, 8 o'clock, and Brandon Beane, 8:30 on Thursday.
Okay.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. They're talking about the Bills right now on ESPN's Get Up about Beane's comments to Tyler Dunn. We've not got to those yet today. Maybe we will. A couple things in here that are interesting. One note about coach changes. I have two sets of trivia. One is maybe better than the other. I don't know. I got a Super Bowl trivia, and then I've got a coach carousel trivia, which I think it's kind of incredible to point out. So I'll do that one. Let's do that one.
This is about the coordinators?
This is about there are only 8 teams that did not change head coach, offensive coordinator, or defensive coordinator. It's kind of a thing to think about if you think, my team's going to be better because the coach changed. The number of coordinator changes, 22 offensive coordinator changes in the NFL this year.
That's insane.
22. Technically, the Bills have an offensive coordinator change, along with a head coach change. Do you know the 8 teams? Can you guys get the 8 teams that did not change any one of the 3 major positions? Hold on, let me find it. I thought I had it saved somewhere. I know who tweeted it. I'm going to go back and find it. But there are 8 teams that made no change at the 3 big positions. And if you want me to kind of set you up for this,
let me look at I'm going to pull the standings up real quick.
What's the formula to have no changes at any of those positions?
Well, it's have an
staff, entrenched staff. There's a couple ways to get there.
An entrenched head coach and coordinators. This has been Kansas City forever, right? Kansas City, although they do have changes here.
Right.
You get a Spagnuolo, a guy who is at an age maybe where he's not in head coach, cycles as much anymore.
Yep.
Okay.
And there's also 2 very obvious answers.
There's 2 obvious answers.
Seahawks and
did the Seahawks make a change? The Seahawks are somehow not on this list.
They're going to be.
They're about to because Clint Kubiak's going to get the
There you
radio.
go. Okay. Then there's one obvious change.
So the Patriots.
Patriots are one. There are 7 other teams. No changes among the big 3.
Okay. Let me. AFC. Let's start with the division. The AFC East.
Jets. New OC. No. Yeah, new OC.
They fired everybody except for Aaron Glenn, pretty much.
Yeah, they got everybody.
Dolphins are new.
Yep.
Bills and Patriots have
You got the Patriots already.
Okay. The North has a lot of changes. Did the
Bengals?
The Bengals.
No changes. Bengals.
Okay. AFC South.
There's one AFC South team.
Jacksonville.
Nope, sorry, there are two.
Jacksonville's
correct. No changes.
Right, didn't lose Udinsky.
And
Texans, no changes.
Houston. What did Indy change?
Indy, Lou Enrimo.
Yeah.
He's not the DC anymore?
No.
Oh. Did he go somewhere else? Or he's just available?
They named, who was it?
I think they just got rid of it. I think they just.
So Lou Anarumo's just unemployed right now?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, hold on. They must have changed their offensive coordinator. Sorry.
It's Steichen and then whoever their OC is.
Nope, I'm an idiot. It's on the list. Colts.
All right.
Colts.
Okay. Sorry.
Titans changed. Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, Raiders. Raiders different. Broncos got poached.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chargers got McDaniel.
Chiefs got Bieniemy, so they changed.
Yep. So that's done. We're done with the AFC?
24 teams. You are done with, done with the NFC.
So
with the AFC.
The Cowboys. But they were trying to get
weren't they?
They were trying to get Jim Leonard.
They were.
Right.
So they must have had to change DC. The Cowboys on the list?
Cowboys are not on the list.
Okay,
they have made a change.
They changed their defensive coordinator. Washington. Kingsbury got
Kingsbury's out.
The Giants obviously made a lot of changes.
They did. Eagles got a new coordinator, too.
Oh, no, wait. The Bears? No, the Bears
They lost
coordinator
their OC.
left, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. OC's gone.
Yep. Declan was his name. Declan
Yeah.
Doyle,
I think that's right. Man, this is
Look at how much change there
crazy
is.
how many
24
guys are
teams changed at least one.
Green
thing.
Bay got
insane.
Jonathan Gannon, so that's
Right.
changed.
That's
Minnesota.
Minnesota's on the list. Kevin O'Connell,
Yeah.
Brian Flores,
Wow.
and
I don't know the OC.
We brought him up briefly. Like, how come he's not Wes Phillips? I think
Oh,
is his
yeah.
name. Okay.
They changed GM.
Yes, they did.
But they didn't
Right.
change
Right.
Yes,
And then
yes.
two more. I'll just give you the other two.
The Lions aren't on the list?
Both the NFC South
Oh, Panthers?
and Saints.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Saints.
Yeah.
No changes.
Like, Panthers is perfect. You got to be just good enough to not have people fired, but not good enough to where people are, like,
Right.
desperately
Hired,
trying
yeah.
to get your staff.
Yep.
Right.
Or you're
That's
the
Carolina, 8-9, down the middle. No one wants your guys, and you weren't bad
That's
enough
right.
to get fired.
And the Saints are new staff. It didn't go that bad. You were scrappy.
Right.
Everyone gets to stay.
Tyler Shuck was okay. Tyler Shuck, by the way, I heard one interview with him yesterday, like Super Bowl week. Tyler Shuck's about to become like the star of Super Bowl week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How come?
Great interviewer. Just like personality-wise, I have no idea if he's actually good. Although, wasn't he like Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate? I like him. Like he's fun. He's a funny guy.
He definitely was
I'm
better
rooting
than
for
a lot
him.
of people
He's
thought
got
he was gonna
personality.
be.
That's great because
I'm rooting for him.
the Super Bowl quarterbacks don't. No, I'm just kidding. Drake May's kind of a nerd. That's the vibe I get from him.
They're kinda
Darnold, I've
dorky.
watched on
Darnold's fine. They're both,
Darnold, I've watched with Alan on like some of these
Yeah,
YouTube
they're-
golf streams.
Yeah,
He's
they're pretty
he's
funny.
pretty good.
they're both fine.
The Rams had to change. Who'd the Rams change?
They lost Shieldhaas.
And they lost
Shieldhaas wasn't-
LaFleur.
he was- Shieldhaas wasn't off the
LaFleur.
LaFleur.
Mike
LaFleur.
LaFleur.
All right. Wait,
lost
Shieldhaas. Where'd Shieldhaas go?
Uh,
Or is he just promoted to
Or did he
OC
not?
now?
he's promoted.
Yeah, right.
Because
That's what
LaFleur left.
Probably
That's what I
offensive
had in my
coordinator.
head. Was he's
Okay.
now the OC.
Davis Webb, the OC in Denver. I mean, look at this. Holy cow, the shuffle.
I know.
It really is.
There were 10 openings. That'll lead to this, you know. All right. 803-0550. Anthony Brosca of Cover One coming up at 9 o'clock to talk to us about the Jim Leonard defense. Some trivia on I've got Super Bowl trivia coming up as well. Plenty to get to. And the Sabres. If you want to join us on the Sabres, we've talked a lot about the Sabres today and their win over Florida, which was it was fun. It was a fun one. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes of that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense. And starting to, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like when they're...
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right,
like,
right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, And I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back.
Stress is back.
The stress we sign up for.
When they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have been even the right call, like give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Safe.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're.
Yeah, right. Got the save, though.
Got the save. Sabres win 5-3 over the Florida Panthers, a big win in how they came back from down 2-0, in how they extend their lead over Florida to 10 points, trying to, bury some of these teams that are not in the playoff picture and stay in the playoff picture themselves. And a gritty third period, killing off a 5-on-3 to protect the lead before scoring. Not an empty netter either, Paul. Like, we didn't sweat. The Krebs to Doan play to ice that game was there were shouts around Western New York, I would imagine, in lots of houses because it was a great moment. Great third period, great game.
Yeah, Krebs, even though he was extremely upset with himself on the first goal, 37 seconds into the game by Florida, he made a big mistake. And that from that point on, I mean, he really was one of the catalysts to get the Sabres back into their game after they fell behind 2-0. They outscored Florida 5-1 and from that point on. But one of the things I loved about Krebs is just how, and we talked about this with him. It's not that you made the mistake, because mistakes happen all the time in hockey. It's how do you react to that mistake? And he was the one fighting along the wall, starting things, trying to get the Sabres going. The Sabres weren't going. Alex Lyon even looked uncomfortable to start the game. And usually you don't see a goalie get right back into top form when that happens in that game. Very often that goalie winds up getting chased. But Lyon was, all of a sudden he was Lyon again. And the team started competing, starting with Krebs. I mean, he was going after guys twice the size of him and winning battles along the wall, and it just all of a sudden things turned for the Buffalo Sabres, and I thought he was the catalyst of it. And quite honestly, I think that was the best game I've ever seen him play against the Sabre, even with the mistake that he made that cost them a goal.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. The win allowed them to jump back in front of Boston by 1 point in the standings. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Doan, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers, and Alex Lyon allowed 3 goals on 41 shots. Potential injury to note, Zach Benson is being evaluated for an upper body injury. Lindy Ruff, who joined the show a little while ago, updated us this morning, says it does not seem that serious, but time will tell. Josh Norris is also progressing. there's a chance he could play against Pittsburgh. Jordan Greenway, dealing with an upper body injury, was seen by a doctor yesterday for another opinion on what's going on, and UPL will not make it into the lineup before the Olympic break. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills continue to add to their coaching staff. Our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He's been the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023. He also spent time with Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. For all the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. And around the NFL, Patriots owner Robert Kraft did not receive enough votes for a Hall of Fame endorsement. The Titans hired 49ers assistant head coach Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between the Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined. And Broncos, they promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator. And the Ravens hired former Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver to the same position. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Panthers into the ice. That didn't work. Florida sent it right back in. 2:18 to go. Buffalo up 4-3. Now it's chipped out in a race. Peyton Krebs carries it in. Takes a look across. Sends it for Doan. Scores! Just a little patience. And the Sabres take a 5-3 lead with that. And 2:09 remains in the third period here in Florida.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. The things I yelled at my television during that 5-on-3 penalty kill.
The things I yelled when Benson went down into the boards and they didn't call a penalty on a breakaway. Lindy said Benson not serious.
Not as bad as they thought it might be.
All right.
We'll see how he wakes up today. All that, to me, is good news. Even if he is a little sore and misses a couple games, you got 20 days off with the break. So...
Right.
He's high on the list of guys I think they could ill afford to lose. He's super important.
Sabres Injury Report brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. Yeah, I love watching him play also. He's been on the top line.
Yeah.
What is he on pace for? He's on pace for 50-point season over 82 games. Like the offensive jump for him has kind of happened. 26 points in 42 games. His career high is 30. So he'll smash that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Sabres chatter, you want to jump in on that? We're happy to have you. They play tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning. And, chasing down the 2 spot. They could get into the 2 spot if they win.
If they win tonight, they're 3 points out of the division lead.
Wait, if they win tonight, they get in the 2 spot on points percentage, which I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not doing that. Paul's on points percentage. I'm not doing points percentage. I understand exactly what it means.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to convince me. I understand exactly what it means. What place are you in? 3rd. We have a game to play. That's what Games in Hand does. I don't need this new and improved points percentage. Just, it's fine. What place are they in?
Don't the other leagues do it by that, though? Like what NBA standings or NFL standings when teams haven't played the same amount of games? What do they do it by? They do it by win percentage.
That's because they don't have points.
Right. True.
Because points percentage is great. If I need to win a game to pass you, you are ahead of me. If we're playing golf and you're in the clubhouse and I need to birdie to beat you, I need the birdie. I'm not ahead of you because I still have the opportunity to get the birdie. I need the birdie. Clubhouse.
My problem always is, again, the logic of if the season ended today, they would do it by points percentage. So,
True.
Yes, they are in a wild card spot unless the season ended today when they would rarely actually be in 3rd.
Okay, but the season.
But I know, but that's not how they listed on the site. They listed on the site as the Sabres are in a wild card spot.
Right.
So,
which I think they are. That's what I'm going with. I'm good with that.
Either way, top 3 is they should get top 3. I think they should get all these sites. I just read one at Patrick Bacon's website. Is one of the analytics guys, hockeystats.com, I think, for him.
You put him at 91% to make it?
91% to make the playoffs. He has the Red Wings at 58%. He has the Sabres 6 points ahead of where Detroit will be by the end of the year.
Good.
Like, they should catch the Red Wings.
Good.
And I don't need to catch both. I don't need to catch Montreal and Detroit.
Just catch one of them.
Catch one of them. And I think that is, that should happen. They are a better team to me than the Red Wings are. I'm not willing to say that about Montreal, but I think they're better than Detroit. They should catch them.
803-0550 to join us.
Give me Sabres and Canadiens in the first round of the playoffs.
It'd be juicy. So, quick thing on the Bills. Again, we're going to talk to Joe Brady tomorrow at 8 and Brandon Beane on Thursday at 8:30. Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday, he spoke with Brandon Beane, talked about the hiring process. They just put a bunch of the quotes up on ESPN. Beane talking about the decision, and, it's going with what he believes in. Like, well, this is my coach pick. One thing I would kind of dispute about the assertion that Brady wasn't the popular pick. I don't think he was the popular pick. Who was? There were 8 candidates. Mm-hmm. It was kind of a quick process. It was about a week. And I think you had people lining up for, I think, Dable, maybe Udinsky, Davis Webb. Like, it was just an 8-candidate pool. And if you had asked 10,000 Bills fans, what would the leading vote getter have gotten on a percentage? Would it have been like 30%? You would not have had a majority, I don't think, for any one candidate.
I think your approval rating, though, for any of those guys in the field would have been a lot higher than Brady's.
That might be right, but they would not have. They all would have come with a, I don't know about this. Dable had his warts from being a head coach in New York. Udinsky had, never called plays? Davis Webb never called plays. Anarumo, we're going to another defensive guy. Like, every single guy would have had some major questions. And I don't think it's out of bounds for any hire to have been questioned by any number of people.
I just think the reaction was a lot stronger to Brady in a negative context
because it was in-house
than any of the other guys. I think right. Like, I think just anything new would have been met with more optimism.
That's
basically.
true. The other part of it is, though, the instant reaction was about Brady, and since then we have seen that they did not just, because the fear at the time, I think, was a lot of, it's just fully an internal promotion and they're cutting out McDermott, and that's not what happened. Like, the first page of it was, you're just going to elevate him. And then the second page was, everything else will be different too. New defensive coordinator.
Right. The staff being different helps that a lot.
Right.
Because if they sat up there and said, we treated him like, he was the Packers offensive coordinator. And we pretended that he wasn't even here. And then you brought everybody else back, I would have been, you just said that to say it.
Yep.
You said that to defend an internal candidate. But when you follow that up with the action, I'm more likely to believe you.
Yeah.
And so far, their actions have been all new. Like, if they brought back, I guess we don't know yet on some guys, like Rob Boris, like the tight ends coach.
There are 2 coaches that might come back. We don't know.
That's it.
Right.
Like, okay, so there we go. Like,
we're down to 2.
We might be left here at the end of the dance where nobody returns except Joe Brady, and that would tell me, okay, you were being true to your word. You weren't lying when you said we treated him like a new guy from a different team.
Right, because if they had hired...
And not that we just want to run it back and purge McDermott from the same coaching staff.
If they had hired Grant Udinsky and done every other hire the same, it would feel like an entirely new thing. And if it's everybody's different except for the one guy, then it's easier to buy. So I think instant reaction's one thing, then the follow-through is more appropriate.
The only guy that I think really might have generated more... of maybe there was a real candidate of the negative reaction, other than any of the defensive guys, I think would have been met with that, right? Like, if they had hired Lou Anarumo, I think it would have been worse. I think it would still be worse right now if they had done something like that. I think McDaniel would have been polarizing.
Big time.
Maybe that's not as much negative, but it would have felt like a war between the people that wanted that and hated it.
What would reaction to Phillip Rivers have been?
That's the one I was going to get to. Would that have been polarizing though? I feel like
it would have been.
There would have been a lot of people that would have loved that. I think it would have been mocked relentlessly.
There would have some people would have loved it, of course, and some people would have mocked it. Like, what? We're doing what now? So I just feel like reaction was going to be that 8 candidates, no one was a bang on favorite. And
I think Kubiak would have generated the least though.
That's okay.
But they didn't talk to him.
So
I know.
if they had gotten further down that road,
Yeah,
maybe we get to that point.
You have to go into hypothetical land where they lose in the NFC Championship and then they hire Kubiak that week. Because if they'd done that,
that's probably a really popular move.
That would have been a popular move, and I don't think you would have heard a lot of pushback at all. Like, what would you have said? Like, to me, like, great experienced play caller, comes from the Shanahan Kubiak tree. He, just had a great year in Seattle. Like, I don't know what you would have said to tear that hire apart. Right. So that would be the one, I think. That would have been met with a pretty, favorable optimism. But he needed to lose, I think, to have that happen.
Yeah. 803-0550. The Tyler Dunn piece, when we've got to get a break in, and we're going to talk to Anthony Prohaska of Cover One on the Jim Leonard hire at 9 o'clock as well, and get your phone calls. But before the day's out, I'm going to tell you how the Tyler Dunn piece has me convinced which direction they're going to go at receiver. I think I'm ready to make my prediction, one over the other. We'll get to that. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. It's another game here where they score 5 goals without peppering the goalie. Would it be wrong to say they're not exactly a pucks to the net at all costs team? Like, they're taking high quality shots and they're finishing these chances. It's not a team that just, blasts and, as they say, spams the net with shots from distance.
Lindy Ruff doesn't like that type of a game because if you're just shooting from anywhere and you don't have guys at the net and you're just shooting the puck, you're basically turning the puck over because you're taking a long shot from maybe the wall, and it's the goalie sees it, and he makes an easy save, and now you've given the puck to the other team, and out they come. I mean, now if you've got people going to the net, and you've got maybe a couple of people going to the net, now it's worthwhile. Get a puck in there, get it bouncing around. Matter of fact, how many goals did they score recently going in off skates, off somebody? Off sticks, because they got people and pucks to the net, and so it's really, to me, not worthwhile. I mean, you look at Florida; they had 41 shots. There were some quality ones, yes. Lyon had to make some quality saves, but they also, I think, just put some pucks at the net that really allowed the Sabres to get the puck and then break out and come out the other side. The thing is, too, you have to understand 12 of Florida's shots came on the power play. So, to me, a lot of their shots came from distance, that Lyon could handle. But he did also have to make some big saves along the way, too.
But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes of that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense. And starting to, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like, when they're...
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like, this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
The stress we sign up for.
When they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have been even the right call. Like, give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like, my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Safe.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're.
Yeah, right. Got the save, though.
Got the save.
this a must-win game?
A must-win? Yeah, I think every time we go out is a must-win game. I mean, it's kind of the attitude that I've always taken in the National Football.
How does Mike Vrabel get that wrong?
Mike.
Is it a must-win game? Yeah, every game is. No.
Not true. They lost a game this year, and here they are.
That's right.
So it wasn't a must.
They lost 3.
Right?
803-0550. Matt in the car is going to join us. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, guys. I don't know if this is a topic that is still kicking around or even talked about, but I've always thought, why does not every hockey game have 3 points up for grabs, regardless how it goes? Regulation win, you get 3 points.
Yep.
And then everything else stays the same. It would change the dynamic of the end of a game, first of all. If it's a tie and you really need points, you're going to be pulling your goalie to try to get that regulation win maybe, or hell, you're certainly going to be pushing really hard. It would also keep people in contention a lot longer because when you're looking at the standings, because there's always that, there's the real standings, and then there's that hope standing in your head that, hey, well, there's 27 games, we win all of them, that's 54 points. Well, now 27 games would be 81 points. Oh, my God, why has that not ever been considered? I don't understand that. It seems unfair.
Thanks, Matt. The answer the NHL has given over the last 20 years to why they don't have the most obvious scoring system change that exists is that they're afraid what it would do to two things. They're afraid what it would do to the records for most points in a season, and two, that the standings as they are create more parity, which is, of course, a mathematical lie because games would be worth more. You're 6 points back. Great, win twice in regulation. Mm-hmm. The 3-2-1 standings, I feel like it's getting support. I'm seeing more people talking about it. The NHL, of course, has been fighting it forever. Maybe someone with an analytics degree can tell them you're really hurting your game. The best argument for it is, of course, every game is now worth the same. Or the best argument for it is 10 minutes left in the game. A game is tied 2-2. If these teams sit on this and go to overtime 2-2, they are sacrificing a point. They're saying we will not play for the full 3 points. We will settle for 2. If you had a 3-2-1 point system right now, the Sabres would be in second place in the Atlantic.
Yeah. I saw Brett Marshall, who covers the Minnesota Wild, did a chart of 3-2-1 points, but also 1 through 16, as a playoff format.
Yeah.
So the whole league. Sabres would be the 5th seed. The 5 seed now. Out of 16. And they'd be playing the Islanders in the first round. Instead, they are in the second last East spot.
Right. It comes down to accepting 2 things. One, it's not a loser point. It's a regulation tie point. Once you realize that, and getting to overtime is an accomplishment. If you look at the standings now, the way they are, Vegas has 14 overtime loser points, Is that the number? Vegas has a big number.
They're at, 14.
Okay. Put it this way, stop looking at that as a bad thing. If you force overtime, that means that teams cannot beat you at 5-on-5. Sorry, you can't beat us 5-on-5. And then if they beat you 3-on-3, what does it say about you? Nothing. It really means nothing. They play
Vegas is 1-6 in the shootout.
Right. Worthless.
Right.
They're going to
not a measure of
they're going to make the playoffs and no one will care.
Right.
Your shootout record, it becomes meaningless. Nothing. So, regulation, overtime, loser point, whatever. Overtime loser points, as they're called, regulation tie points, are a sign that you are good. You earn those. If the Sabres, right now, for the rest of the season, how many games are left? There are 27 games left. If they just went to overtime in every single game, they would have 96 points.
Yeah.
That's it. 96. Without a single win for the rest of the season because they were not beaten. Mm-hmm. And then if they won, 7 of those games? 103 points. Good season. That's why, especially the spot they're in, they should be. So I asked Lindy, do you go into any sort of get a point mode? Because they, of course, should. Mm-hmm. A game, especially a game with a team chasing them, like last night against Florida.
If you have the lead. To me, if you're
ahead, then you should be oh, we'll take you to overtime in a heartbeat.
Whereas, Florida, I think the opposite. Like, they should have been pushing to win that game in regulation.
Of course.
All the way to the end if it got there.
Let's play it out if there's a 3-2-1 point system, and it's 3-3 in the third. Now the Sabres are definitely like, oh, we will happily go to overtime. And Florida would be saying, we're giving up a point if we do.
Right.
Instead of just take our chances, it's giving up a point. So I don't know when it'll ever happen. It, of course, should definitely have happened 15 years ago, but here we are. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
They're slow to this stuff, the NHL. They're slow to a lot of things.
A little bit. I mean, they still have a playoff format that is just like...
Oh,
it's truly wild. It's
ridiculous.
Who put the people in charge of this league?
We just haven't cared about it because the Sabres never made it.
True. They've not made it under this format.
Their last playoff game was on Versus.
Versus. It was on
TNT this time?
Their last playoff game was on Easter Sunday.
That was
right?
the last home playoff game.
Home, that's right. They lost Game 7. I forgot.
Niedermeyer scored in like the first 5 minutes.
Of Game 7?
Game 6. Game 6 at home. Niedermeyer scored in the first. Gerby scored in the second to take the lead. I think Philly scored a couple in a row, and then Leno.
Yeah. Leno. All right, 803-0550. On Jim Leonard and the changes to the Bills' defense we should expect. Coming up next. It's another game here where they score 5 goals without peppering the goalie. Would it be wrong to say they're not exactly a pucks to the net at all costs team? Like, they're taking high quality shots and they're finishing these chances. It's not a team that just, blasts and, as they say, spams the net with shots from distance.
Lindy Ruff doesn't like that type of a game because if you're just shooting from anywhere and you don't have guys at the net and you're just shooting the puck, you're basically turning the puck over because you're taking a long shot from maybe the wall, and it's the goalie sees it, and he makes an easy save, and now you've given the puck to the other team, and out they come. I mean, now if you've got people going to the net, and you've got maybe a couple of people going to the net, now it's worthwhile. Get a puck in there, get it bouncing around. Matter of fact, how many goals did they score recently going in off skates, off somebody? Off sticks, because they got people and pucks to the net, and so it's really, to me, not worthwhile. I mean, you look at Florida; they had 41 shots. There were some quality ones, yes. Lyon had to make some quality saves, but they also, I think, just put some pucks at the net that really allowed the Sabres to get the puck and then break out and come out the other side. The thing is, too, you have to understand 12 of Florida's shots came on the power play. So, to me, a lot of their shots came from distance, that Lyon could handle. But he did also have to make some big saves along the way, too.
The Sabres rally back to defeat the Panthers 5-3. The win allows them to jump back in front of Boston by 1 point. Tage Thompson, Zach Benson, Jason Zucker, Josh Doan, and Peyton Krebs were the goal scorers. Alex Lyon allowed 3 goals on 41 shots. Potential injury to note, Zach Benson is being evaluated for an upper body injury. Lindy Ruff updated us this morning. It says it does not seem to be that serious, but time will tell. Josh Norris is also progressing. There's also a chance he could play against Pittsburgh. Jordan Greenway, dealing with an upper body injury, was seen by a doctor yesterday for another opinion on what's going on, and UPL will not make it into the lineup before the break. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. It's a quick turnaround. They're back in action tonight in Tampa Bay with puck drop set for 7:30. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills continue to add to their coaching staff. Our own Sal Capaccio reports they're hiring Drew Terrell as their new wide receiver coach. He's been with the Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach since 2023. He also spent some time with the Washington Commanders, Carolina Panthers, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. And for all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can visit our website, WGR550.com. Around the NHL, Montreal didn't win but was able to squeak out a point in a shootout against the Wild yesterday, keeping them 1 point ahead of the Sabres in the standings. They play the Jets tomorrow, and we'll be rooting for a loss there with the Sabres win tonight. Around the NFL, Patriots owner Robert Kraft did not receive enough votes for a Hall of Fame endorsement. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo believes the situation between the Browns and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz remains to be determined, and the Broncos promoted pass game coordinator and quarterback coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator, and the Ravens hired former Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver to the same position. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, listen, we were very active there, Adam. I mean, Myers, he had a higher cap number than we had availability to do, and you know, in speaking with those guys, they weren't really interested in eating cap space, which, you know, they trade him in Jacksonville and doesn't. So we talked about a lot of those guys. You know, Shaheed with New Orleans, we were involved in that. You know, obviously he gets shipped to Seattle, and you're right, in division we talked, you know, to one or two of those teams about their players, but at the end of the day, I know we had the strongest offer on one. I know that, but they ultimately decided not to pull the trigger, which maybe they decided wasn't enough, or maybe they just decided they didn't want to send them in division. You know, they would have to answer that.
Brandon Bean with Adam Shine on Mad Dog Sports Radio, talking trade deadline, looking back to how that all transpired. Adam had a bunch of questions about that. We'll talk with we'll talk with Bills GM Brandon Bean on Thursday at 8:30, and we'll talk with Bills head coach Joe Brady tomorrow at 8. So big week for us here. Happy to have them on. And we talked to Lindy Ruff an hour ago. And currently we're going to get to Anthony Prohaska of Cover One about Jim Leonhard. The Bills hired their defensive coordinator. Maybe you see Anthony's work on Twitter all over the place at ProAnt on Twitter. Anthony, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today.
Morning, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, I saw you doing a breakdown. It's at @pro_ant. I saw you doing a breakdown on Jim Leonhard and thought, like, all right, I gotta get you on our station to talk about it, just because you've been someone that's been on this idea of Jim Leonhard as the Bills DC for more than just like the last couple weeks. It's been, I don't want to go too far and say it's been a dream of yours, Anthony, but you lay it out for us how much you've wanted this and why you've wanted this.
Yeah, it's funny, when the rumors started circulating, I knew I had been posting about it for a couple of years, and I was like, when did I start doing this? And so it was in 2023 when I started wanting him to be the defensive coordinator for the Bills. That was right at the time where, so he was the defensive coordinator at Wisconsin from 2017 to 2022, and after the 2022 season, it was like, okay, he's going to start to make the jump to the NFL. He was this extremely hot commodity, and then he kind of pulled things on himself, went to Illinois for a year as an analyst before joining the Broncos the past couple of years. But everything for me at that time, you know, in his run at Wisconsin, it was just the type of defense that he played, the simulated pressures and the creeper pressures and the hybrid front structures and the hybrid players that he wielded and weaponized, and how he consistently kept offenses on their back foot and made them reactive by playing on the front foot as a defensive coordinator and play caller, and really taking it to opposing offenses and forcing the issue with them and forcing them to have to adjust. And this was around the time where it's very pronounced now with how Sean McDermott's tenure ended, but we were starting to see more reactive play from the Bills defense and more kind of, hey, we're going to come out and be ourselves and see what happens, and we'll adjust from there. And I thought that was costing them in the playoffs, and it continued to cost them in the playoffs. And I wanted more of a switch, and I thought Leonard was the perfect kind of guy to implement that philosophical and identity switch defensively.
Yeah, like if we look back, I feel like, Anthony, over the years we heard that the McDermott defenses, they had their strengths, but you kind of always knew what they were going to do. They were going to kind of live in the same – would it be right to say live in the same box? Sure, they would disguise sometimes. They would throw you some looks, but you kind of had an idea of what they liked to do. And this is more, wild card, more chaos as an idea?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. You would get, and sometimes on the positive end for Sean McDermott and this Bills defense, but you would get these great second half adjustments in games, really going even back to 2024 when it was very pronounced. But same thing this past year too, when blitz rates are increasing for them, and you're seeing more man coverage and certain specific matchup-based pieces they're bringing against offenses. And so the conversation for a lot of fans were like, well, why can't we do this from the beginning? Like, that'd be great if we do it in the second half, but let's do it for the whole game. And yeah, to your point, it was more of, we're going to come out, you know who we are, we know who we are, we're going to see how you want to attack us, and then we'll pivot and adjust from there. Jim Leonard is, I would say, much more game plan specific to kind of boil it down. One of his quotes, it's tied into one of his core beliefs of flexibility, but he talks about how they almost start with bare bones and then add to a game plan based on what the issues are that they're going to see and based on how they're going to dictate to an offense. So he never wants to be a counterpuncher. He always wants to have things in their game plan where they can dictate flow to an offense. And you see that in the game plan. Each game plan each week is, okay, what is this team's strength? Okay, this is how they like to punch. Let's tie that arm behind their back, make them go with their weaker arm or their weaker punches, and see how we can go from there. Much more of a front foot approach.
Has that been true really going back to Wisconsin too and Denver?
Yes, 1,000%. You see that type of attack-minded philosophy at Wisconsin. And again, it ties into everything. When I say front foot or, even words like aggressive at times, that doesn't necessarily completely mean like, oh, we're going to get a ton of blitzes. It's not the Brian Flores defense where everybody and their mother is rushing, it feels like, on every single down. But it's more of, attacking an offense's personnel, attacking their formations, attacking how they line up. And it could be, with a 3-man rush, a 4-man rush. It could be a game. It could be a simulated pressure or a creeper. It could be a traditional blitz where you're bringing 5 or more. It's all just more of, we've honed in on what you are offensively. We're going to try and attack your protection rules. We're going to try and attack your alignments and your formation, and we're going to make you have to go back to the sideline, grab a tablet or an iPad, and be like, okay, what's going on? How do we adjust for this? How do we course correct?
And player-wise for that, how much do you think the Bills will need to execute a scheme and a defense like that on top of what they already have? And really, do they have a lot already? Do you think they can fit into that?
I don't think the differences, and I know this has been talked about a lot since the hiring, I don't think the differences in his 3-4 defense and what McDermott's was with a 4-3 defense, I don't think it's as drastic as it's getting, made out to be. His base defense, Jim Leonard's, is a 3-4 tight front defense. For those who don't know what that is, essentially a tight front is, you've got an odd front, so 3 down. Sometimes it's also pronounced as 5 down on the defensive line, but you'll get somebody on the inside shoulder of each tackle, so those alignments are called a 4-eye, and then you'll get a nose tackle, usually head up, right on the center, which is a 0 tech. So you have a 4-eye, a 0, and a 4-eye. That's his base look, and you'll get that 3-4 presentation like he had at Wisconsin, and even like you saw in Denver. If you want to get an idea of that, you look at the Denver Broncos and you look at their defensive line, and it's like, oh, okay, it's Jonathan Cooper to John Franklin Myers to DJ Jones to Zach Allen to Nick Benito, and there's 5 down. But he also operates in, 4-down nickel defenses as well. So there are some similarities in terms of kind of how he operates and tailoring his scheme to the players that he has. What I do think, to that point, though, is they are going to need some more, I would say, kind of hybridized or dynamic players, specifically at the linebacker position, in order to wield that versatility and that hybrid design and creating unknowns for the offense. It helps to have players where, they can rush effectively. They can drop into coverage effectively. If you're an offense, you don't know who's coming from where, what's happening in front of you, how the pre to post snap picture is going to change. So I do think adding some more hybridized guys. I think they have a fine base, but they do need to add some guys that will kind of fit and allow him to wield this defense a little more appropriately.
Anthony Prohaska of Cover One. Yeah, to that point, Anthony, like what's the number one piece that they don't have right now that maybe they don't have because of this style of defense? You know what I mean? Like as these players maybe get slightly different roles or asked to do different things, top of the list of needs this offseason for the defense would be blank.
Oh, man, that's a good one. There's two, I think, for me that come to top of mind. One is a true nose tackle. I think Deion Walker can play in that role, but they need someone similar to what the conversation was last year, even though it was, talked about as a one tech. But, with this defense, it would be nice to have somebody in the rotation up front where, they're just a stone that you can drop in over the center. There's somebody who's not going to get moved. There's somebody that's going to mitigate displacement. And it doesn't have to be like a 350-pound type of dude. It's more just about the skill set and the play style. Someone who I talked about this going back to last year, and this year I'm banging the drum again for him, is Roy Lopez, defensive tackle for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
2 years ago, went to Detroit and worked in their rotation this past year. But just somebody with that skill set and that play style in the interior. And then I think also
real quickly, that's not Walker, right? Walker would be a different spot.
I think Walker can work as a nose, but he is more of, and I don't mean this negatively because I think what I'm about to say gets misconstrued negatively sometimes, but he's more of a finesse player on the interior. So you want someone who's more of a true beat 'em up, play with leverage, not get moved type of guy. Walker, even though he's a mountain of a dude, is still more of a penetrator, even though the physicality and the run defense that he showed as a rookie was honestly, far surpassing the expectations I ever had for him as a player, which was great to see. But I also think if you get that type of nose, you can work in a good rotation between him and Walker at the nose tackle spot. But it also allows you to take Walker and kind of move him around the rest of the front and take advantage of the size and the play style that he has, kind of like what he did at Kentucky, where you would see him, he'd be, at a 5 tech, he'd be at a 3, he'd be at a nose, sometimes he'd be like in a wide 9 type of deal, and they would just let him kind of hunt as this Godzilla-like monster all along the defensive line.
How about one level back? How do you see the perfect type of linebacker for a Jim Leonard system, and also how you see Terrell Bernard fitting in the future here? I know blitzing for him in college was definitely a trait of his, and we've talked about like Mike Will for him. So how do you see him, I guess, fitting into that picture?
I think the blitzing will help him. He was it was honestly probably my favorite trait or skill set piece of his coming out from Baylor was you watch him blitz, and he was like a heat-seeking missile coming forward where he would just detonate, not just on running backs, but on offensive linemen as well. And so I think this type of defense that gets you a little more movement, that is playing a bit more attack-based, allows him to shoot and trigger instead of having to play, more reactive, instead of having to kind of sit at the second level on the balls of his feet and diagnose and give interior offensive linemen the opportunity to come climb to the second level and get hands on. He wins. He's not the biggest guy. We know this. He doesn't have a ton of length or frame. So you don't want him taking on blocks and, having to deconstruct blocks. You want him beating guys to the spot. So rushing him a bit more, playing a bit of, more of an attack-minded style with him, I think helps him. And then to go to your first part of the question of, a type of linebacker that second level would help, I think you're really, not to go for the low-hanging fruit, but you're looking at like some of the Wisconsin backers or even some of the Georgia backers or the Denver backers the past couple of years. But I think you look at someone like, like a Leo Chenal or a Zach Vaughn. Leo Chenal is available. He's a UFA. Zach Vaughn is not. He's locked up with Eagles. But you're looking at, that type of guy, somebody who can come forward and bang in the A-gap, someone who can align on the outside and set a hard edge as a run defender, but who can also offer you some pass rush pop a little bit, somebody that's able to wear a multitude of hats at effective levels, not just wearing hats for the sake of wearing hats, but somebody who can wear multiple and do all of them, average to above average from an effectiveness standpoint. So you have that hybridized nature built in.
Anthony Prohaska of Cover One on Twitter at @pro_and. Any thoughts on the offense, Anthony? We got you out to talk about Jim Leonard. I know you have so much to say about him, but this offseason will be an interesting one. They have some questions to answer on the interior of the line. Of course, the receiver position is going to be something we wonder about them targeting, how aggressively they'll do that. Do you have a thought for the offense and where it should go?
And Jeremy, we've talked about this on Twitter before. I like the run-based nature of the offense. I like condensed formations and getting downhill and mashing defenses and going heavy to legitimately run the ball, but also going heavy to kind of pass from that and try and create explosives within that nature. I just think they swung the pendulum a bit too far with the wide receiver room in that regard. But I'm really looking at kind of, the pieces you just mentioned. It starts up front with me. Is the answer at center and guard in the room? Is it Cedric Van Pran Granger? Is it Alec Anderson? Are you good there? Are you trying to bring back one or both of Edwards and McGovern? Are you looking towards the draft? Are you looking to free agency? The offensive line has been so important to this offense, and you don't have you lost two of your starters, and Aaron Cromer retired. So it starts everything up front for me, and then going to receiver. I just need some speed on this offense, and ideally in the guy who's at the top of the depth chart, not having speed in terms of a pure silo role player who's more like wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, but a guy who's going to be on the field regularly, top of the depth chart type of wide receiver who has that speed built into his game, so it's not just a giveaway every time they come in where, here comes the speed guy, we know it's coming.
I'll give you a name here, like the speed guy, over the top guy. If you could in a lab draw it up, is it rookie Alec Pierce?
Oh, yeah, honestly, that was a name.
Just the style of receiver, because people will give him as a name, as an idea now, but that's like $25 million. I don't know if the Bills are going to want to spend that.
Yeah.
You just want that kind of archetype of receiver on an entry-level deal.
Yeah, somebody who can stretch the field, who has athleticism, who can go up and get the ball for you. It's not a speed guy where it's like, he's 5'9", 185 pounds. Yeah, if you can have that type of size and athleticism and frame profile built in with that speed, absolutely. Or even know what it could be, too. It could be someone who's a quality route runner and can win one-on-one, but who also has some speed to him. It's just got to be some sort of package where it's a top-of-the-depth chart guy who's got speed, who's going to be on the field regularly, where it's not a tell or a giveaway that he's going deep or trying to stretch the field once he's on there, because speed is one of a multitude of, top of the depth chart traits that he brings with him.
This is not a binding question. Do you have a favorite guy in the draft for this right now? Again, it's non-binding. It's February 3rd. We got time.
I have not started on receiver yet for the draft. Ironically, even before the Bills brought in Leonard, I started looking at some nose tackles once the rumors clicked in there. I've started with safety. So I started on the defensive side, safety, defensive tackle. I'm going to go to edge, and I'll be making my way to receivers, which obviously is a very hot-button topic.
Very good. Anthony, thanks as always. We'll talk again.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
Anthony Prohaska of Cover One on Twitter at @pro_and. And got him on because he's had a lot of good stuff. He and Eric Turner at Cover One both posting a ton of stuff about Jim Leonard. And as he said, I know he's been banging the drum for the Jim Leonard idea, and here it is. It all comes home. When the thing you want really badly happens for your team well after you wanted it. For me, it wasn't that long, but I was this with Diggs. They should trade for Diggs. Diggs is great, and they did. I can remember waking up to a text from Sal that said, the Bills went and got your guy. I was like, whoa, that guy's great. I was really excited about it from day one. So, sometimes you want a player, you get the player, and it works out. Sometimes you want a defensive coordinator. It works out. You want some trivia?
Sure.
On Super Bowl trivia?
Sure.
That'll give you a little bit of a prediction.
Super Bowl trivia.
Super Bowl trivia. You guys can all play. I'm going to get a new board behind me that says days since Joe Kelly referenced a conversation with an arborist.
An arborist would say it.
I know. That's right. He just talked about an arborist one day. It's great. All right, instant trivia. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte. Could someone win the MVP for the receiver position? You may not realize that the number 2 position that's won the MVP at the Super Bowl is receiver. And if one of those two were to win it, they would join a elite fraternity of receivers to have won Super Bowl MVP.
Okay.
There are 9.
9. Wow.
9 receivers, right? It's a bigger number. You know how many running backs have won Super Bowl MVP? Let me pull it back up here.
I'm gonna guess less than 9.
It's less than 9. I gave
Terrell
it. I gave it away. That I should have waited because I feel like you would think it's more.
Yeah.
The answer is 4.
Wow. Oh wow.
Only 4. And I pointed this out to you the other day too. Like the last 100-yard rusher in a Super Bowl was Damian Williams.
Right. Yeah.
And he broke one late.
Right.
Like it just kind of.
There was a lot of claim. Even didn't Brady say it, that James White should have won MVP
comeback?
in the Atlanta game?
Maybe.
But he didn't.
But we've got.
I think Brady gave him the truck.
9
also.
wide receivers have won the MVP of the Super Bowl. Who are they?
Cup won it with the Rams.
2021 Cooper Kupp, correct.
Okay. By the way, James White in that game had 14 catches, 110 yards receiving, and 3 touchdowns.
Probably should have won the MVP.
And didn't win MVP.
Probably should have won.
Which one? Who did you say? Kupp?
I got
Cooper
Kupp.
Beckham was going to win it.
There's a Patriots guy that won it that I don't
Deion
know
Branch.
the name. Thank you.
Correct. Deion Branch,
Yes,
2004.
Thank you. I knew that guy existed. I did not know his name.
Didn't Hines Ward win it?
Yes.
2005, Hines Ward wins the Super Bowl MVP.
He caught a pass from Antoine Randall.
Edelman also won.
Edelman, 2018, won the MVP. Correct.
How many is that?
You've got 4. There are 5 left.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice in 1988 won the MVP.
That was a volume shot there. I mean, like you had to have won one of them.
Had to happen. That's exactly what I had no idea, but it had to be true.
Any more recent examples? Giants, no. Pittsburgh, no. Saints, no. All right, what about... Did Michael Irvin win one of the Dallas ones?
No.
Man, this is tough.
Lynn Swann?
Lynn Swann, 1975. What? That is correct. Chris Brown also texted in and said, "Let me help the young bucks." Yeah, I am asking some young people to remember some stuff.
I really appreciate that.
There's only one more that. All right, Chris Brown
would go back.
Chris Brown is now part of the panel.
Is it a Raider?
Okay,
it is a Raider.
It's a Raider.
Oh,
I want to get this.
A Raider.
He wore like a weird neck roll and weird face mask. He wore number 80. He's in my head. What's the name? I think I'm on track with those clues. Right?
I can give you another clue about him. He has a college award named after him.
Oh, Blitnikoff.
Oh,
yes.
Fred Blitnikoff.
Blitnikoff. In
award number 80?
1976.
I think.
2 more.
He wore number 25. Not even close.
Super Bowl MVPs.
What was the guy's name? Steelers guy.
Did we already?
No, I don't think so.
From when?
I can't remember.
The 70s?
No. More
recent
than
The
that.
years.
Santonio Holmes.
Correct.
Yes.
Antonio Holmes.
Yeah, the last drive. Yeah.
And now
Thank you.
this one.
Larry Fitzgerald might have won. I remember the guys that might have won. Larry Fitzgerald would have won it if Holmes didn't. He had like a 80-yard touchdown at the end of that Super Bowl that no one remembers because of the Holmes drive that happened right after.
Last one. This is a wide receiver, but he didn't really win it for being a wide receiver. Kind of did, but it was a part of it.
What? Oh. So that means it's a returner.
Yes.
This is recent?
1996.
1996. Oh, Woodson.
No. You're thinking of
Not
the right
Woodson. I was thinking of
right college, the other guy.
The right college.
Right college.
The other guy.
Charles Woodson, right college.
Desmond Howard?
Heisman Trophy winner. Yeah, Desmond Howard.
Zach Jones got that.
I
Correct.
don't even think I knew he was a receiver.
Desmond Howard?
I mean, I knew he was a returner. I might have thought he was a corner.
No. Can I tell you one thing that I just note here is hilarious and funny? Just speaks to me because I'm obsessed with receivers. The Pittsburgh Steelers, whose entire identity is like winning a certain way, they just have Super Bowl MVP receivers dotting the board.
3 of them, right?
3!
Yeah.
3! All right.
Yeah.
All right, that's your Super Bowl MVPs.
That's Steelers-Cardinals Super Bowl, I think, is my favorite Super Bowl. Do people have favorite Super Bowls? I think that's my favorite.
One has.
I loved that.
That
game.
one has one of the greatest plays in Super Bowl history, which is James Harrison's interception return.
End of the half. I still can't believe he made it.
It is
Fitzgerald
incredible.
is running up the sidelines. He runs into a coach. He still almost gets there.
It's incredible.
Man, Larry Fitzgerald was so good in that game. Like, even there, he's running through coaches and almost gets there 100 yards down the field. He had 7 for 127, 2 touchdowns in that game. Oh, he was so good.
Did you ever see Keenan Thompson as James Harrison after that?
Maybe. Maybe I don't remember it.
It's good. You got to see it.
Yeah.
Keenan Thompson on SNL as James Harrison.
Yeah.
We'll watch it in the break. It's just so good.
I mean, that last drive by Pittsburgh in that game, it goes, I mean, there's the famous clip that NFL Films had, Holmes right before the drive starts. Like, throw it to me on every play. And then they came out, and it went
awesome.
Roethlisberger to Holmes for 14 yards, incomplete. Roethlisberger to Holmes for 13. Then Roethlisberger to somebody else. Roethlisberger to Holmes for 40 yards, incomplete to Holmes. Roethlisberger to Holmes, 6-yard touchdown. Holmes, just back all to the same guy.
And the catch is incredible.
And the throw's insane.
The catch.
Oh, it's such a good game.
Yep. 803-0550, Seahawks and Patriots for Super Bowl 60 on the way. Jeremy and Joe, I got to get you my prediction. Like my takeaway from Tyler Dunn's piece, talking to Brandon Bean. We'll talk to him on Thursday. I kind of came away with what I think is going to be a prediction for you coming up. We'll give that to you next. It's another game here where they score 5 goals without peppering the goalie. Would it be wrong to say they're not exactly a pucks to the net at all costs team? Like, they're taking high quality shots and they're finishing these chances. It's not a team that just, blasts and, as they say, spams the net with shots from distance.
Lindy Ruff doesn't like that type of a game because if you're just shooting from anywhere and you don't have guys at the net and you're just shooting the puck, you're basically turning the puck over because you're taking a long shot from maybe the wall, and it's the goalie sees it, and he makes an easy save, and now you've given the puck to the other team, and out they come. I mean, now if you've got people going to the net, and you've got maybe a couple of people going to the net, now it's worthwhile. Get a puck in there, get it bouncing around. Matter of fact, how many goals did they score recently going in off skates, off somebody? Off sticks, because they got people and pucks to the net, and so it's really, to me, not worthwhile. I mean, you look at Florida; they had 41 shots. There were some quality ones, yes. Lyon had to make some quality saves, but they also, I think, just put some pucks at the net that really allowed the Sabres to get the puck and then break out and come out the other side. The thing is, too, you have to understand 12 of Florida's shots came on the power play. So, to me, a lot of their shots came from distance, that Lyon could handle. But he did also have to make some big saves along the way, too.
But last night was me just shouting words at the television for the last 15 minutes that third period. The 5-on-3 felt like it took years off my life.
Oh, my gosh.
There were a couple of passes, too.
The stress.
As they're trying to get out of the zone. Like, Power had one pass that was by 1 centimeter where it needed to be poked out of the zone. And in that 1 second, as it was on its way there, my world went black and white. I was just gasping for air, watching that puck slide, thinking it was going to be picked off, like right in the slot, and it wasn't. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it was intense. It's super intense, and starting to, remember what that's like to be just unbelievably stressed out on a Monday night.
The 5-on-3 had me thinking, man, am I going to be able to do this in a playoff game? Like when they're...
Well, you won't see a 5-on-3 in a playoff game.
No, that's probably right.
Yeah,
but even just like that level of stress.
Right.
What am I going to do when it's tied 2 in Game 5 late in the third period? Like this is right. This is a Monday night in Florida. They're 6 points up on the playoffs, and I'm like standing up during that 5-on-3 in the third period. All right, good. Stress is back.
Stress is back. The stress we sign up for.
When they gave Verhaeghe a wide open shot on that 5-on-3, which I think might have been even the right call. Like give the guy the shot from that area. But he's winding up that shot, and I'm like freezing. Like my hands are like fencing up. Like, okay.
The fencing response,
Save.
except not the concussion one.
Right,
Just
yeah, basically.
watching hockey where you're.
Yeah, right. Got the save though.
Got the save.
It was important for me to look, and I've told this to Keon, but like the best thing to happen to Keon Coleman is me being his head coach, right? Like a guy that I have the faith in him, I have the confidence in him. I know like he can still be the player that I want, that we drafted, right? Like he's going to be a Buffalo Bill, and I thought that was important for him to know, because look, the reality is that maybe there was another head coach came in that didn't see the same value in him, and man, I'm so excited to be able to continue to grow with him and be able to develop him. And I know it was a learning curve for him this year in terms of he went through things he didn't want, but we all make mistakes. I wasn't the best offensive coordinator in Carolina. I grew from it, right? And he's going to learn from it, and it. I made the most of the next opportunity, and I think he will as well. It was.
Joe Brady speaking with Jim Rome on Keon Coleman. All right, want to respond to this? Get you some thoughts on this, and also like my prediction for you, if I may, based on reading Tyler Dunn's piece, speaking to Brandon Beane. First on Coleman, the Joe Brady who we're going to talk to tomorrow at 8. One thing I wonder about Joe, and he's maybe learning this about himself soon too. Now you're the boss on some level, right? Like you're the coach, not just the offensive coordinator. And I'd imagine that football staffs, locker rooms, I'm sure it's not as simple as good cop, bad cop. Like the coach is hard on you, your position coach is going to tell you this, send the message down the line, right? Like there's a structural blah, blah, blah. Now that you're the head coach, like it would make sense for Brady to still have Coleman's back. He said he, stood on the table for Coleman to be a draft pick, and still believing in him, I think is fine. Where it starts to challenge Joe Brady potentially is they get to camp next year and somebody's better. He's not the guy. Then you're the one, you and the GM are like, it's time to cut bait, it's time to move on. I don't have any problem with the Bills, and I don't think anybody should have a problem with them giving him an opportunity. If somebody comes along and makes a deal and you like that deal, then you make that deal. But giving him an opportunity is cheap. They need cheap potential. Yeah. And if his name was anything else, you could just bring, who's this guy? He's had some trouble, but there's some ability. He's a second-round pick. I mean, he kind of fits their model of let's bring this guy in. He's had some success. Can we get anything out of him? He's cheap. If it was a $7 million, or they can save $7 million on the cap by getting rid of him, I'd say you got to get that. He's got to go, right? Like Curtis Samuel saved $6 million. You believed in him.
Yep.
It's time. Move on. Save the 6. With Keon, you don't really save much, so I don't know that I would be optimistic about it, but I don't have a major problem with them giving him the opportunity. It only becomes a problem if it appears they have better options out there and stick with him.
That's my issue. Like, is he blocking another idea to put on the depth chart? Because if I keep him and a special teams receiver, I don't suddenly have that much flexibility to remake the position.
Right. Do you have a guy in the 5th round on the board that might be a nice surprise, but you're not going to take it because you're holding a spot for him?
Right.
You don't want to do that.
Right. Like if it came down to that, I would rather. Like if you said you could get a team right now that was interested in him for a 5th round pick.
Take it.
Would I rather have Coleman or I would rather have a receiver I could take in the 5th round?
Yeah.
Like at this point, I'd rather have the receiver I could take in the 5th round.
Because
maybe that guy could even be my special teams guy.
Even if he turns it around, you're talking about 2 more years on a deal, and then you got to decide.
Right.
I get to pay.
If he had a big rookie year and then followed it up with everything that just happened last year, regression, problems off the field, showing up late to meetings, not producing on the field, jogging on some of his plays. If all of that had happened, but he had some proven track record, even from 1 year of this guy can do it at this level, then go for it. Take the shot, see if you can get that out of him again. But that didn't happen. He was inconsistent as a rookie.
No.
And there were drop problems as a rookie. He was not able to get open as a rookie. Like, to me, there were positional questions as a rookie. To me, all of that lumped in with everything that happened last year. I just don't know how much upside you're really chasing here by keeping him around. I mean, what I'm hoping is that they are talking this way about Coleman because they are trying to build back some leverage that they could maybe move him off the roster. Because, again, if you keep Coleman and you add a special teams guy, then Palmer's here, Shakir's here. Like, I've only got 1 spot, 2 spots maybe to improve the actual offense with a receiver. Mm-hmm. And that's not a lot.
Yeah, it's not a lot. And that leads me to my prediction here. So what's the most likely path the Bills take? I don't know. There's plan A, plan B, plan C. Who knows? And, free agency, guys got to sign. And the draft, they have to be available to you. And trades, same thing. But in reading Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday where he spoke to Brandon Beane and some of the quotes that are making the rounds, saw it on Get Up today, they put the quote on the screen, about the hire of Brady. So I'll read you this quote. I got to bleep some words in here. Beane says to Tyler Dunn, quote, bleep the outside. It's about the right selection for this team, and if we win, they'll love it. It's the same thing I said when I took Josh Allen. If I'm wrong, the moving company will be at my house. So I understand, and I'm not going to have regret of choosing someone to appease the outside if I thought it should have been something different. If I'm wrong, I'll bleeping take my job and bleeping go home. So he's pounding the table for his coach decision. And that's fine. It's I think Beane tends to, he said at his press conference, he's a passionate guy. He makes a decision. He's going to tell you how much he believes in it. The thing my phone's ringing.
Fine.
All right, sorry. It's nothing important.
Fine. We need a fine bucket in here.
It's a FaceTime video. It's probably one of my kids.
Double fine.
It's one of my kids. Find the kid. Which, by the way,
find the kid. I'm not. No. It's not the person calling you that gets fined.
Real quick, I got an idea for the next version of the Weiner line. I'll get to that. I got to get back to this point.
Okay.
On Beane. I think what I would guess, if I'm just predicting, do I think they'll draft a receiver in the first round? No. Do I think they'll trade up for Carnell Tate as much as it would give me life? No. I think the most likely thing is they trade for an established receiver, and that's because Beane sounds like a guy that feels pressure to have things work, as he probably should, right? Pressure is earned. This team is very good. They made a move at coach because they think they can still be better. And the receiver point, it doesn't have to be a full overhaul if he doesn't want it to be. What would you do? Would you entrust that one final piece of your offense to a draft pick, or would you say, I'm going to get an established guy that it will work? And if it doesn't work, it's injury that made it not work. I'm not going to do the flyer. Not quite a flyer. Josh Palmer's not a flyer. He's not going to go middle-class receiver. Like, I think he'll try to trade for
Another level?
A name. A guy that has been a team's legit guy. Whether that's Brian Thomas Jr., I don't know, did they dig back into the Waddle discussion? Did they go for A.J. Brown? I don't know the name. But somebody that is proven would be my guess. That would be after reading and feeling like I think he feels pressure to produce in a big way. And the last thing he can also have happen is the offense drift a little further back, right? You hired your offensive coordinator as your coach. That's good. The offense has been great. Last year they drifted a little bit. 5 games under 20. That's got to be lifted back up while they build their defense. So I think the pressure is on, and I think he'll swing at receiver. I think he will. And I think it'll be an established player.
So
would you agree with any of that?
I mostly do, yes.
Not that it has to be that or that that's the only way to do it, but to me
the only thing
that
though
lines up a lot.
I don't know if I see the name that strikes me as that's the guy for them, other than maybe Brian Thomas Jr.
Not A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown's cap hit for a team acquiring him is $7 million.
I'm not saying I would, if it were me, that this would stop me. They purged themselves of Diggs.
I know
for a reason,
I know.
right? And you can debate whether that reason was worth it or not. I think it could be exaggerated what that reason was. But Brown is every bit of that. So if they didn't like all that stuff with Diggs, they're going to do it with Brown.
Let's not forget there's something else that's different.
Okay,
the head coach is different. Does this head coach have a different touch? Maybe you could. I'm just got to keep control of players. Brown has 1,000 yards with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
without
them really throwing the ball enough.
Right.
He's 29. The other thing is you got to get the Eagles to. I'm reading about it. So Mike Giannitti at Spot Track has trade candidates for the offseason, and he lists 6 wide receivers on it. One of them is A.J. Brown.
Okay, who are the others?
The others are Keon Coleman, Brian Thomas Jr., Jordan Addison, Jerry Jeudy, and DK Metcalf. Maybe you can add to the list, by the way, DJ Moore, because Dan Graziano just said on ESPN that his name is out there in trade rumors.
Okay.
But Brown, the thing about his contract, it's cheap for the new team. It's $7 million as a cap hit for the team that acquires him.
Yep.
But to do that, the Eagles have to take on the 4th largest dead cap hit in NFL history to do that.
What's the dead cap hit?
$43 million.
Okay.
Or they could split it over 2 years and go 23-20 over the next 2 years. So maybe they do that.
So that's.
But you got to get the Eagles to commit to a huge financial commitment to move him.
Let me make it Diggs 2.0. You can't trade cap space in the NFL. You know how you trade cap space? By changing the asset for the cap space. Why did the Bills get a second for Diggs? In part because they had to eat $26 million in cap.
Right.
And my guess is they wouldn't have done that for a 6th. But for a second, we'll do that. It's almost like you can have this player, and the only way to get him is you're going to slide that value up to enough of a number where we're going to eat that cap. Put it this way. If that was a no-cap trade, I bet the Texans don't have to give a second. I have that maybe 3rd or 4th. But to get a team to eat it, I need a better asset that's going to come in for cheap.
And that's what Brown would be. The other guys
I'm not saying it's perfect. I would just lean towards...
Is Thomas established enough for that?
Yes.
I think he's getting traded. It makes all the sense in the world. Hunter is coming back. They paid Myers, and Parker Washington is legitimately good.
Yeah.
I think they are going to trade Brian Thomas Jr. He's the guy I talked about, an example of if Keon had this rookie year, I'd say keep going. Try it. He wasn't good last year, but rookie year exploded. Didn't happen with Coleman. It did happen with Thomas. He was great in year 1. And regressed a lot last year.
Until they put him in the proper role. Once they got him in the right role.
But what was that role? That role was you're not the focal point of our offense.
No, that's right. You are Brandon Cooks. That's the role.
Right, and he's definitely better than Brandon Cooks. But are you happy with him coming in and being what he was for Jacksonville last year? Or to make it to make it a great idea, no, he needs to do what he did in his rookie year.
Yeah.
He needs to be my number 1 guy that other teams are fearful of when they go into a game.
One question we could have for Brandon Bean on Thursday when he joins us is he mentioned in his interview with Adam Shine on Mad Dog Sports Radio that a couple trades they wanted to make, teams didn't want to take on cap. They couldn't really do that much because they're up against the cap. And I wonder, they got work to do to get under it and to have an offseason. I wonder if maybe going forward, if he could, he would want to leave more flexibility in season. to make moves. Now, listen, everybody would want that. Can you do it? Can you go into a season and say we have $7 million in room just specifically for who we're going to need at the end of October? Because I think these trades are becoming more and more likely, and leaving that space might be something they want to do going forward. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
You're not into the Jerry Jeudy idea, by the way?
I'm not into the Jerry Jeudy idea.
How is Jerry Jeudy only 27 years old, by the way? Like, their ages are listed here, and I'm going, like, he's got to be 30, 27? I'm not into that either, but.
Sometimes he's good. Sometimes he's not.
Addison's got legal problems constantly.
Addison is 1 year away from getting paid. It's a rental.
Yep.
Addison's like a third.
Right. Like, it's cheap this year, but it won't be after that.
Yeah.
Or maybe you won't pay him because he'll get, arrested again. He'll get suspended for 7
Maybe
years.
you wait to the draft. You see if somebody, like, again, Lance Zierlein's mock today had Jordan Tyson drop into the 20th spot. Is he the right fit?
DJ Moore, Graziano said?
DJ Moore, I don't know what to do with DJ Moore.
He's always good.
He's just
but he's
phased out of that offense sometimes, and then he drops like 250 yards.
Isn't he always good, but never as good as you think he probably should be? And I've usually attributed that to his offenses have been bad. But then he was in a great offense last year, and he didn't really take over.
I mean, right? He would be a role player for you to some degree. He's not a guy that beats man coverage.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Like he doesn't beat man coverage, and don't they need a guy that beats man coverage?
Oh yeah,
like they need somebody to change the way teams play them. So I don't know about DJ Moore.
So what's the best name on that list so far? Is it Thomas?
Like of a proven guy?
Yeah.
Then there's the, hey, we don't have that much money, and then you go out and spend $120 million. Could they do that? Could they just say they get under the cap enough and they sign Alec Pierce to a $100 million contract, and the cap hit for year one is $7 million? You could do it. Void year. Doesn't have to be seven. But I don't want to rule that out. There was a year they said they had no money and they signed Vaughn.
But Alec Pierce is not Vaughn.
I know. Well, it also wouldn't be the same contract. Like Vaughn today would be 190, and Alec Pierce is probably like 4 years 100. I don't know. I don't know. It'll be an interesting offseason. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league, I did have Jim Leonard. That's a lot.
You had him?
So do you win now? Is that how that goes?
Is it over? It's a lot of points. Joe had the lead on points. Who would you pick up that was a long
Gabe
time?
Davis?
Gabe Davis.
Yeah, as a big point total.
Yeah.
No, somebody mid-season I thought was a really big get.
Poyer?
We might
Shaq Lawson.
okay.
I think I had Shaq Lawson.
We might have to ditch former Bill, future Bill as a fantasy league. I mean, it kind of might die with the old regime. And now that there's a new regime.
They're going to be bringing in all the old Broncos now.
Former Bronco, future Bill.
There we
go. A
go.
new league.
That's it right there.
Alex Singleton, mine.
Yeah, I don't have an answer.
I don't have anything yet.
So I have an idea, and let's flesh this out over the next couple weeks. We'll talk to management. People ask me, hey, what about the Weiner line ever coming back? I had an idea last night at dinner with 2 4-year-olds and an 18-month-old. How about a Weiner line just for parents to call in and yell at their kids, but not at their kids? We don't yell at our kids. But I would just call a number after I was frustrated, and I would just beep, and I go, eat a chicken nugget. Eat it. Just eat your food. Don't do that. And then I wouldn't be yelling at the children. I would get it off my chest to this answering service.
Right.
And all the people out there, you're not whining about this. You just get it off your chest.
I like it.
I would like to hear.
It's like a parenting whiner line.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know how therapeutic it would be for me to hear 15 other parents screaming into the phone like, don't throw peas. And we know we're not yelling at our kids. We're just yelling into an answering machine. All right, that's my $1 million idea. If you like it, maybe we'll set it up. We're back tomorrow. Joe Brady, 8 a.m. tomorrow. See you then.